what was his name, Jasper? It's like, this is how cousin Jasper died.
Yeah.
And it's just like...
Can you do that in Batman Arkham Asylum?
I don't think you ever go back to the Batcave and actually...
I like when Alfred is a character, you get the torch.
You step into the ring and shadow box Alfred. Please, Master Wayne.
I think of you as a son. Yeah, and I've always wanted to do this to my dad.
Hey, remember when they did that whole, like, there's a lot of steps I'm having to skip here. I really don't want to.
You want to donate to the Black Lives Matter Foundation?
Remember they made that new Alfred show for Batman.
Oh,
They're
I
like-
remember that.
They're like, oh, it's me, Alfred Pennyworth, and it's like, hey, it was really cool that he was like a guy, but
Yeah.
and like, oh yeah, he was a soldier and he was a spy, but now you've made him like super sleuth that was taking on like pre-Batman Batman villains. I'm like, can we stop? It was cooler when we had to think, was Batman helping Gotham or hurting Gotham by creating masked heroes? By now giving them credence by putting them ahead of Batman showing up and being a masked hero, you're really ruining that.
Yeah.
Either way, where last we left off, these guys killed their friend Basco.
Yep.
Evil version, though. No worries. They're dead.
Yeah, we have a new party member now.
Evil Basco. Good Basco's dead. Evil Basco's in. He's healing. It's great. He knows power word kill.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, by the way,
Basco do that?
can you give me an Arcana check?
Oh. Now he can use it against me, maybe? Mayhaps.
Pretty cool.
I forgot to do it, and you're a wizard, so and bards know it as well. So
19.
knock down power word kill is a spell that you know.
Hell yeah.
You now can put me down if I go tyrannical.
With the exception of Lord You-Know-Who, upon hire, who is no longer with us. Okay, so not including him then. Thomas. Mac is the only good person who knows power word kill.
For now.
Yes.
He does like to spread that shit around.
Bring me
That's
out!
the point. Like, give me Vaughn, give me Tamlin, give me all these bad boys. Like, let's do this.
Bring up a child. Watch this.
Oh my god, this child has over 100 hit points. Who are you? What are you? What are you doing? So you fought the evil Basco who was there to destroy the Evertree. Suffered some losses. You've come back. You passed your resurrection check. Some of the villagers, not villagers, some of the adventurers that had stationed here for the night who fought with you have fallen. And a few of the Teds weren't looking too good. Brian in his immense power has sealed off the bar. He's slinging out some extra heavy daiquiris. You zooted out early, and then as you quoted, a force ghost of Darien has sat next to you and has explained that because the barrier is put up, spirits are not able to leave. So the souls of the dead are sort of trapped in a weird purgatory, waiting for either the barrier to leave or mayhaps, as Joss suggested, potential energy and necromantic spells. Which apparently, as we've all been slowly tracking, he's got a lot of those in his arsenal, don't he?
Yep. Yeah, I kind of hit me immediately because that's kind of what the fog is from Final Fantasy IX. It's just people who can't pass on.
Final Fantasy VII, that's sort of what
The live stream was.
Yeah,
Does this planet have a live stream?
now it does. Sort of.
Don't worry everybody, the ending will be up to interpretation. Can I make some sort of check to make sure Clayton is dead, by the way?
You'd have to go outside because you're inside right now. Clayton and Evil Basco are outside in the rain.
Okay.
There's a lot of protection. Obviously, it's raining a lot, but that tree is stopping it, so it's occasionally just those thick, heavy drops coming down from like a big tree.
Mm.
As you get up to go outside to check, Darian looks towards you and it's like, Mac, I'm gonna get going for now, baby. Keep going the highway. Keep going your way. You're doing your own thing and I love it. That's the reason why you get everything, man. There were those people hanging out at that club. They were just following me around, trying to make me happy. No one was ever practicing theory, but not practicing, you know? But you're out there doing it. And they're out there just being jealous. And they're going to keep being jealous. But you can't let them ruin you. You hear me, baby?
Yes.
Rise above it like you have. Like you rise above this. Because I got places to be, man.
I will get you to heaven, I promise. And I kind of drunkenly
Heaven.
reach up for a hug.
So you face through him immediately, and it's just like, and I don't know what sort of tricks you're running, but I haven't found the big man yet.
Jeez.
I thought maybe, if I can do it, he surely can. But I couldn't find him around anywhere. I don't know if he's maybe, I kind of sort of thought maybe it was one of those tricks that you had left up your sleeve.
I know nothing about that. I just kind of assumed he was gone. This isn't...
Maybe he can't find his way like I did. I don't know.
I mean, the Praetorian did have him. Do you think he's holding his soul or something?
You and him had a bond, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You felt that bond sever when he died, did you not?
Yeah.
Look, magic's weird. Everything's fucked up. Anyone can do anything. Maybe he's just chilling somewhere. Maybe he's with his family. Maybe, I don't know. Just, there's 1,000,001 solutions and we can only see 1,000. Just...
No, I kind
Best not to think that I even brought it up.
No, I'm curious. I may have to try and do some research into this.
I think you already have a lot in your hands. A lot of people are already asking for you.
Yeah.
Plus, you got places you want to go, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, go check on your man. I'm not going to hold you back. You do your own thing. I'm going to go see who else I can kick it with in the afterlife. And he just sort of fades off. And then you just hear him. It's like, just stay cool, baby. Darian has left the building.
That's so cool. He could go scare so many people.
I don't even know who you are.
Don't you run a club in Privets?
Not anymore, baby. You're dead? When? So you go outside. Perception checks not needed. I mean, it's not like,
It moved!
no, one of them has.
Oh, okay.
Very clearly, the undead Basco, the arm opposite, the one that was Basco's, was kind of slowly, still trying to pull itself towards the Evertree. It had been. I mean, actually, this is not quite what I wanted.
What's Korvac doing?
Sleeping.
Does he have a sleeping hat on?
You bet.
So you walk outside to see him slowly dragging himself away. But he's not anymore. It's clearly he had been when you guys were inside. But his head is now completely caved in, flattened. No bone structure or anything. It is a paste. So you look to Clayton, and you see the back of one of the Teds. who's got one of the logs that he was fighting with. And this was the only Ted who was still standing at the end of the last fight that dragged the other Teds inside. And he's just over Clayton's head. And making it as fucked up as the other one. It already is. It's very clear that there's like not even bone fragments anymore. An ogre of that strength, a log that heavy. It's a human skull after all.
Kind of call out to him. What you doing, Ted?
And he just sort of, without turning around, drops one of the logs. Drops the log and just bellows out, clearly crying. I didn't make it.
I kind of walk up to him. I don't know how I would comfort an ogre.
At your size?
Yeah. I use my mage hand to kind of like.
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
And he's just sort of like, thank you.
Alright. Now I hate. Now I really want to kill the bad guy. Like, one of the Teds. You could have done anything else.
That's what I rolled for earlier. Less than 5 was a death.
You could have
4,
killed.
6, 19.
You could have killed Dasco.
He's just sort of bellowing out. I mean, I never thought we'd make it this far. And you and ourselves to get us here. And yeah, but now we're more damn decent than whatever these fucking things are. And he just kicks the remains of Clayton. Thank you, Mac, for everything. And also, if you all weren't here, maybe Brian, we'd all be dead. All Teds be dead. No one wants a dead Ted.
I just want to say, I know it seems strange for me to say it, but I am proud of what you and the Teds have done. And I have to thank you for protecting Brian and being part of his family.
He protected us, really. Gave us jobs. And he looks to the dead. He looks back to the bar like he doesn't want to go inside. And Ted was the best of us. Just like you said, we're proud of Ted. The best Ted is dead. Thank you. I need to be alone, no thank.
I understand. I give him a hug.
And he hugs you back. Thank you, Mac. You're a good friend.
Thank you. Would you like me to have some food brought for you?
I ate earlier, but thanks. Not really hungry.
Okay. Oh, it's all gonna be okay, Ted.
And I just sort of slowly
kind of walk back to the bar.
So, who's gonna tell him? Can you bippity boppity and resurrect them? Those were death save throws, right?
No, that was just me rolling to see if any of them got infected with enough undead juice to die.
Where is, I kind of just turned to Ted. Where is, Ted?
You've already walked away. You can find the dead body of a man's friend without asking him, I think. Probably. With, a little bit of etiquette. Hey, where is your dead friend, Ted? Like, you could go inside the bar and ask any one of the people in the tricare, triage, that's the word I'm looking for.
Fair point.
Yeah.
I kind of walk up to, I guess, Brian.
You go back inside. Most of anyone who was passed was sort of brought out and around the back so that, they don't have to be in front of the dead. You make your way out there. One of the other Teds is leaning over him, sort of silently crying and saying some things to himself. Do you have anything left in the bank to even do this?
Yes, I have 1 7th level spell left.
Is that enough?
Yeah.
me 1 second. Got some stuff to look up. Are you gonna tell me? Ah, yeah. There it is. Alright. Which spell are you gonna use?
Resurrection.
You got a diamond worth $1,000?
I do. And I've got an hour of my time.
Give me an Arcana check.
I'm gonna burn a lucky roll on that one. 18.
You get the feeling that with the undead magic coursing in the air, that this isn't just death, this is like active death. This is magic trying to make sure this person is dead, not just I have died sort of thing. That being said, there's a lot of potential here. The Evertree, life, the seed of true life was used earlier. Like, a lot is happening. So it's worth a try. But you will have to roll for it. And it would be spellcasting modifier.
I want to try it. I'm going to cast Resurrection onto the body of Ted.
The one that's dead, right?
Yeah.
So as you are going over this, the other ogre is sort of like the other Ted. He's with Annam now. The old father of giants, he is. In the afterlife.
As I'm doing preparation. Don't worry, Ted. He's coming back.
Is that good?
Yes.
Would he want to do that?
Well, I'll find out. When I cast Resurrection, he gets the choice if he wants to come back.
Alright, I guess.
It's the best way to know if he's truly happy or not. Still preparing for Resurrection, because it does take an hour.
Good way to prep that, because if this fails, you'll be like, oh, he wanted that.
Yeah, he's happy. He's really happy over there. He's in hell. You're doing us a man. And I appreciate that. That's basically ogre for like... You can do a mat or a moog. A mat is a good thing and a moog's a bad thing. Mog. M-A-U-G. I don't know how. I don't speak ogre.
You don't want to. Don't. Well, that's because you're my maddest, group of ogres I know.
What is that sound?
What is that melody?
But as you do that, he's just, it's not really how it works. But thank you. It's a complicated culture.
You see, like, the diamond is just fucking glowing with green energy.
So, while we're doing that, you're taking your hour to do that. We're going to cut to Korvac.
Yeah?
Here comes the broker.
I invented this pocket pussy out of my silk and leather satchel that I have.
Oh my god.
And this universal solvent. It's the best.
The universe.
Max, like, where'd it go?
Hey, I need to, he's like stuck on something. I need the universal solvent. Do you have it? And he's just like, I don't think you want it anymore. No, I do. Give it to me. No. Come on, why won't you give it to me? Oh, no. So,
I love the idea that you can go back to your tribe and have sex with any woman you want. You're like, wait.
It was a joke.
so
Yeah.
you're sleeping.
Yeah.
You have many thoughts in your dream. You kind of wake up and are sort of in like a lakey deep abyss. You almost can't find rest. You've died once. You've died twice. You started this adventure looking for combat, looking for hunt, looking for challenge, and champions, and triumphs, and trophies. Talking about dying in combat. At Jakern's Tower, you talked about how dying for your family would be the happiest and best death you could have. And you were challenged by the response of, why not live for them as well? It's good to die for them, but why is that the preferred choice over living with them? After perishing again, after now seeing Kraethel go through the same thing, and then when you started this journey, and it was just you, and you had only you to live for, it was an easy concept. Now you have Kalim. Now you have your mother. You'll soon have a brother. You have a country to lead. You have allies. You have friends. And while you're thinking of this, your mind ponders on other things. You're not in a dark, deep, swampy abyss anymore. That's light illuminating you as you look up and you see the full moon. More iridescent than you've ever seen it before. Like when you were in combat and you beckoned it. But it seems to be coming from within the moon, like what the light originally did before it came out and then projected itself on the moon. What was that? That clearly had to have been there from the beginning, because the gods couldn't have sent it since the world's been cut off. Why was that something that was gifted to you? More questions. But now, when you look around, you're not in swampy abyss, you're in a sort of forest thick. You're your werewolf form. You're running. You can feel Sten. You can feel Kaylin. You can feel your mother. You can feel your tribe running through this clearing. This land is yours. But you feel yourself growing older. And eventually, you feel yourself letting go to this mortal coil. You're walked to the end of the woods. You're an old man. An old werewolf still. You haven't changed. You've been the entire time. You got like a thick whiskers of white. You're aged. You're larger than them. You're stronger than them. But yet you know it's time for you to move on and them to stay behind. And as you walk out of the woods, you sort of reach back and hold the collective of their hands that are outreached towards yours. And you let go of your mother, Kaylin, Stan. what's your Griffin Rider friend?
Bartok.
Bartok, yeah, Bartok. And more. Not just your brother, who's now a full-grown adult, who's someone you respect and value the company of, but he's had children, you've had children, they've had children. Generations saying goodbye to you. Then you step out. But when you leave that clearing, that thick, and into another clearing, you're young again. Bigger still than you were when you left, and you were bigger than all the other werewolves. Now you're alone. But this land is like none you've ever seen before, filled with beasts that could fill trophy rooms to the sky and beyond. With landscapes to explore beyond your wildest dreams. You look back to the thick and no one is there anymore. You've moved on. But you're here now. The moon has that light again, as if it was just for you. And you hear Maliki whisper in your ear. Something. Give me a perception check.
That's a 19.
The hunt is yours. You roam the land. Longer still. Longer than you did when you were with the werewolves in the thick. You keep running. You keep running. You hunt many beasts. You down them. You conquer them. And there's still more to conquer. You never feel bored. Because as soon as you want to explore over kill, you want to climb, you want to swim, you want to do anything, it's an outdoorsman's paradise. But then eventually, your mother returns. Kaylin returns. They join you here in this place. You still tower over them in your size and strength, but this is now their home too. And you once again share in a hunt together and can take down beasts in this crazy landscape that you never thought of taking down on your own. And you feel like this place is yours. So what do you do?
I think what I would end up doing is I would probably end up picking a favorite beast that I've hunted. And would show Kaylin and the others that creature.
Like your trophies?
Yeah, like the trophies, and then the creatures themselves. And I think I would just revel in perfecting that hunt, and maybe moving on to the next.
You do that, and your people follow. There's peace in a peaceless people. And then you wake up. Well, insight for me.
17.
You know that there's a barrier between you and the gods on the outside, in the Pantheon. You know it's tough for them to send stuff through. You know they can't come through themselves. But you're pretty sure that was just something that they sent through as well.
Mm.
Now you're waking up in the morning, so I'm going to have to cut back to him.
Okay.
Thomas, you know what I'm going to ask you for now, don't you, bud?
To roll plus my spellcasting modifier,
Which is?
+5.
No, your wizard spellcasting modifier.
I'm gonna burn a lucky roll on this. Unnatural 20.
You didn't want to use the 17 or the 20 that you had?
These are technically tomorrow's divination die. I just pre-rolled them.
Yeah, you can't use them today. He already used his divination die for today.
You little scamp, you. You had luck rolls left, though?
That's like the one thing I didn't touch.
And of course, the 7th level spells.
Listen, what if we needed to teleport, Josh?
That is true. You
Aha, you fool.
eventually, after a lot of work and a lot of mourning and a lot of hearing over prayers and getting explained the different dimensions of who they pray to and why, and not even realizing that the ogres had such a diverse religion, and then you just hear, Ted, you're not dead. No, Ted isn't dead. Ted's not dead. No, Ted's not dead. Ted, did you hear? Ted's not dead. Ted's not dead. No, Ted isn't.
Is this a Dr. Seuss?
And then he immediately comes running over, and there's a lot of ogre tears. And as a small halfling, you feel like you might get flooded if you stay where you are right now. There's a lot of hugging and embracing and thanking you and shaking, and a lot of people not thinking this would happen. And now here we are. You also feel a sort of, as you do this, something inherently evil leaving him as he casts this magic. Clayton was into some dark shit, and this is sort of expunged from him. And then the Ted who was just dead scoops you up and grabs you into this big group hug that they have, and you almost feel like you're about to die. And then he pulls you outside of this. And, thank you, I cannot thank you enough again. You saved me twice now.
You're welcome. I couldn't bear seeing the Teds apart.
I left what was paradise to be back with the Teds. It was a good time, really. Can't wait to go back, but this is where I belong.
We can all go together.
You wouldn't want to be. You would get trampled constantly. It's not a world for your scale. You wouldn't want to come.
Most things aren't. What was it like?
Oh no! Is your halfling like heaven? Just like a normal sized world where you're like the average?
Is there a check I can make for that? Like a religion check?
Yeah, go ahead and make a religion check. Hey, isn't it great to just be sitting at this table?
That's 16.
Maybe you haven't actually looked into what halfling afterlife really is. Maybe. Hey, isn't it great that you don't have to just... Isn't it great when we don't have to get a separate booster seat so we can eat with our friends?
Just remember, guys, where I live, in my halfling world, the tables are designed for our size. You're the big ones.
Everywhere we go, we're the big ones now.
I mean, the Korvax village might give you a little bit of a run for your money.
No, ogres are still bigger than them.
They're so big.
I kind of, put my hands up. Well, come on, we gotta go see Brian. He's gonna be happy with this.
No, they're kind of doing their own thing right now. They're just vibing out. No one's really partying. Everyone was trying to go to bed earlier. You were the only ones that got a long rest beforehand. So everyone else is, like, hugely exhausted. So there's just immediately this sort of, like, we'll just... I think that's it for us today.
Understood. Well, Teds, have a good night.
And you as well, Mac. You go inside and Brian's there. Most people are going to bed or are down there in the triage area getting sued because they need to be, like, monitored through the night. Brian kind of pulls you aside. He's like, that was a damn good thing you did, Mac. You didn't have to do that, and you didn't. Well, that's why you are the good boys, aren't you?
I had no choice, Brian. I couldn't sit by and let that happen.
Look, we can revel in our own successes. Or, perhaps, well, I think it's time you get some rest.
Because the world needs back Fleetfoot and Korvac in the morning.
8 hours of sleep. Uninterrupted.
Yes, I will see to it.
Don't jinx it.
As you say this,
Someone's outside.
God damn it.
Oh, Max like, oh, God damn it.
She doesn't seem like she wants to hurt anyone.
Kind of like, who is it?
Well, she's starting to climb up the tree.
Give me 1 second. What was the name of your lovely lady friend?
Sandra Grimes.
She is currently, he makes a projection like he did earlier, and shows you that she is currently climbing the outside, trying to get in.
Hold on one moment. I kind of run outside to where she is and try to.
She's outside the wall,
Mhm.
climbing up it.
Yeah.
Like a crazy person.
No. You are inside the wall, so if you walk outside, how are you getting outside to her?
I'm gonna climb up the other side of the wall.
We could just have him drop the wall so she can come in.
Trying to be romantic.
You want to climb up a wall?
I'm a feisty guy. There's nothing more romantic being on top of a fence pole post.
Well, she's already beaten you. Like, she's going to be up there before you do.
Not if I roll for it. Time, stop.
Okay, go ahead. If you're trying to climb up there to romance her, why don't you go ahead and give me an athletics check, please?
Gonna be an acrobatics check. Because I'm acrobating up the wall.
Did I say athletics? I meant acrobatics. My apologies.
To be fair, any form of like athletics, I'm acrobating it, Alex.
I push this boulder. Acrobatics.
6.
I punch it like Chris Redfield.
24.
You scamper your way up there like a man desperate for some poontang.
Ming Dynasty.
Lady coming to say hi to me.
My precious.
I love that Josh is like, she's running like a crazy person. She's possessed. And
Well, like, she didn't go through the gate.
well, the gate's locked. Remember,
Yeah.
he fucking...
Yeah.
He could have just asked Brian to lower the securities, but instead, here we are in a romantic gesture. You make your way to the top, and she immediately kind of gets... She's immediately, what? Yeah. I heard you were under attack. I heard you came here. I heard Darian is dead. Are you okay?
You came to my rescue? By the way, come here often. I like put my hands like that.
On what?
The spike.
There's some form of...
Oh, like, yeah, there's spikes, yeah.
My mage hand's holding my arm up.
No, I've never been here, or else I would have just teleported in. I was in Grove Stand. I heard Darian died. I figured you'd be distraught. Also, everything's awful everywhere. I don't know if you heard. Everything was attacked everywhere. I didn't know if you guys were dead. So I just had to see if you were okay. You look okay. So, is this weird?
No, I think it's very amicable of you to come and see if we're okay.
Why did you use that word?
Because it was a slip of the tongue and I was going to say something else.
You should have just said whatever you were gonna say. So, can I come in, I guess?
Yes.
By the way, are we playing off the fact that now he's his perfect form?
There's just something about him now. Is it a confidence thing?
Just fucking rants.
Just every fucking Jotaro is just a specimen. I mean, not Jotaro, Jojo. Oh, alright, okay.
Flirting with the DM, everybody's favorite D&D.
I'm trying to find, because I know you guys are gonna go to Chikurn's tower, and I'm trying to find the name of the fucking goblin. And I keep thinking Gizmo, and I know that's not right.
Can it be Gizmo?
No, because Gizmo's dead. Frederick.
Oh my god. I was just getting to the points where we got the
I'm like-
information.
I'm like,
I've
I
been
gotta-
looking through it this entire time, and all I needed to do was vocalize it, because as soon as I did, I was like, it's Frederick. God, silly me. Sorry, guys. She comes down, and as, like, you guys walk into the bar, and then Brian sees it, like, there is a now candlelit table specifically for y'all that has, like, a glass of,
Brian is such a good guy.
yeah, Varian wine, the wine that's grown in the Grove Sand. Like a Varian Select, specifically very hard, very rare bottle. Has that out with 2 glasses for you. Not a lot of food, but there's like, you know, Skyrim dinner. So like you got some sliced bread and some cheese and some like
Sweet
cured
roll?
meats.
But he still did this while actively running a trash, basically.
Yeah. It's winding down. People are asleep. You know, it's fine. This is what he's for. So, what exactly happened? Also, this is very nice. I've never actually drank this before.
Really? It's quite lovely. I pour some into the glass.
Have you had this before?
Roll his.
Roll history.
When the first time you guys were invited in, you don't even need to, because it's one of those things where, like, because the guy who runs this vineyard is one of the councilmen in Privence.
Yep.
So because of that, every time you guys have gone, it's the only thing he drinks. So it's super rare to the rest of the world, because it's like a vineyard like select. It can only come from the grapes grown on the top of Grove Sand. And it's the only wine this dude drinks. And like everybody else, it's rare. So you've had it pretty much every time you visited fucking the Privence capital.
How much is it worth?
A bottle of it?
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking. Go ahead and give me a investigation, insight, or history. Just tell me which one you're doing.
I'm gonna do history. That is an 19.
$19 of history, you said? Yeah, this bottle can go up to 25 gold.
Just kind of like Ashley says, "Oh, I've never had something like it." Yeah, don't worry, most people haven't. It's a treat.
No, it's just like, it's not even about the money. It's hard to come by. And when they do, they usually charge out the ass for it.
Yeah, well, Brian's bar is a special place.
Oh yeah, it is. I just never, I've always wanted to come, but it's you're always in Grove Stand, and then I then moved over to Privence so that I could study in the College of Glamour, and then from the College of Glamour, then I went into Darien, and make a perception check for me. While she's saying that, she's just like, Darien was like a mentor to me, and I was looking so forward to having those partnerships and businesses.
A natural 20.
Excuse me. As she's like saying all this, you like look to the corner and you just see Darien like force ghosts ended up giving you the double thumbs up. He was like, mentor to me, and I was really looking forward to sharing businesses with him. And now he's gone.
Would you like to share his business with me? Sorry, not supposed to come out.
What's that?
I just want to say, I know what you mean. Darien was like a mentor to me. I feel like, he's still supporting me to this very moment, everything I do.
You look over and he's just like... Everyone is sad and he's just like... Things are going alright. Eating a fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Now I get to go into the fat years. Now that I'm a ghost.
But, I know with Darien, he wouldn't want us to, give up just because he's gone. He's going to want us to take up the mantle and become, the next king of bards.
Yeah. To Darien.
To Darien.
Thank you for this, and I'm glad you were with him. Someone. It was... It would have been tough for him to have been alone. I know as a performer, it's, you know, you have that, you love everybody. You know, everybody loves you too, but at the same time, there's being close with everyone and then there's those who are close to you. So it was good you were with him.
In a lot of ways, Darian was like a father to me. Amongst two other men.
So the world's kind of on fire right now, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
And you guys gotta put it out tomorrow, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then the day after. So why don't we skip the pleasantries, take this wine upstairs, eh?
I knew she was going to go right for that.
Don't worry, gentlemen. This entire time, my stand's just beside me, A-posing.
She's like, just, like, has Sanctuary cast on it, ready to punch her in case anything's up. Is this good, master? Just a single bead of sweat.
Only if she arm wrestles me.
That's her stand. If you get close to her in arm wrestling, she has complete control over you.
Sick.
God, she's gonna have sex with Adonis. I forgot about the food.
I don't know what you've had sex with him before, her before. I'm sorry.
Are you telling me something?
She's had sex with him before.
Yeah.
And now she's gonna have sex with him. She's like, he's better. He's just better. I don't know what it is. He was good.
Yeah.
But he's better. Go ahead. You take her up to the private room that you have that's just for you. Walk past. Ooh. No, you cast Magnificent Mansion earlier, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
The night before.
Would it still be open? I guess, yeah.
It's 24 hours, bud.
Okay.
You cast a Magnificent... You slept in a Magnificent Mansion that night at Brian's, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So that would still be up, because you woke up after 8 hours, went downstairs, had this fight. So that's still there.
What did I say I designed it like? Wasn't it something silly? Or was that...
Wasn't it a desert oasis?
Yeah.
That's actually a common one.
Well,
I remember-
no. Actually, no. It all depends on what Korvac would have done. Korvac, you went into the room. You would have had access to the Magnificent Mansion.
I didn't.
Where they bone is determined on which room you decided to go to. Did you sleep in the desert oasis, or did you flop on the bed?
I flopped on the bed, 100%.
Okay, so you guys have the Magnificent Mansion to bone in. You guys do your things. I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me how you make love to me. No, we'll skip past that. Everyone takes...
Yup.
Everyone takes a long rest.
And performance check?
Go ahead and give me performance checks for how good you are at sex.
With advantage.
With advantage, because you are an Adonis now. By the way, if you weren't aware, he has the boon that just makes him a perfect person. And you have a boon that makes you...
Dumb.
The twice as good as you already were.
26.
Congratulations. You fuck real good. You do the sex the bestest.
Nice.
If you could get stars for sex, she'd give you 3.
Pumpkin sticker.
Yeah, exactly. You did a good job, buddy.
High five.
Now, you have your long rest.
What, you
I'm going to
don't do
need
that?
you to make a D100 roll for me.
Why? Why, Alex?
Because every time, we've done this before, after a long rest, after lovemaking, I always make you guys roll the D100.
Oh, I haven't lost wish, thank God. That is an 81.
Okay.
He's fudging the numbers. It was actually an 83.
Oh, that changes everything.
82 was the cutoff. Oh. As Korvac, a man who has now a bun in the oven, can tell you.
Yeah.
What's the cutoff, Josh?
Is it 25 and below? Yeah.
It's 25 and below. You make a baby.
Can I use a lucky?
Do you want to make... Is now the time to be bringing a kid in the universe?
I mean, this could be the...
Really?
I gotta...
Think of the economy.
I am not
It's in
metagaming.
shambles.
I am not metagaming, but I have to make sure that Max genetics get passed along for sequel characters.
Hey, actually?
Is that not metagaming? I think you just looked in the camera and said, I'm not metagaming, and then described metagaming.
So, one of your kids is going to find Harrian's lost money. And that's how
just walk you finally get to that campaign again. You guys go out to the money, and then somebody just sloshes up. Nope. Takes it and walks away.
What's Henrietta Lodge gonna do? The daughter of
You
Harriet
think
Lodge.
Harriet Lodge had a kid? He was too busy making money.
Ebenezer Scrooge over here.
Boy, what day is it?
It's July 12th. Oh, alright, I guess. Cool.
I've been on a desert island. I only took 80% of my wealth.
70.
70. Come on
he's a
now.
reasonable man. So, you wake up, you're all cuddled up. She kind of wakes up next to you, straddling each other, and she's like, look, I know you're busy, and I'm busy too, so I'm gonna get out of here. Because I was actually, supposed to be in Privence last night. Don't worry, no one's gonna get in trouble. I'm, pretty in charge over there. But I'm gonna sneak back over there.
Alright, well,
You kill the shit out of these guys, okay?
that's the intention, yeah.
And then she leaves. As she opens the door to the Magnificent Mansion, you just hear...
Yeah,
And then you close the door and it just instantly ceases.
God, you have to sleep.
I didn't take the boon.
You didn't take the perfect boon.
Walk out, Corvax got the fucking face mask on attached to them.
Every time that part of my body breaks, it instantly heals back thicker. It's very bad.
Oh, it's terrible.
I have to sleep on my stomach.
He's just completely naked, just Adonis spread out. Well,
Fully erect.
Oh, hello! Ugh. Were you banging Mac in there? That's pretty cool.
Then proceed to walk into the Magnificent Mansion.
Grabbing a bagel. See ya. No, you all wake up. You take your long rests.
Thank God. Oh, thank God.
My health pool is so easy to remember. 3, 2,
3,
1.
2, 1. You didn't need to hit a long rest?
I did it.
Oh, okay. You did it already?
No, Alex, I did.
I was like, I didn't use anything. I didn't use Indomitable during that fight.
I
Second
used
win.
everything.
So, gentlemen, what do you do? Excuse me.
That was talented.
Thank you. Years of practice.
I walk outside to Corvac. Hello.
You're very groggy. That's sort of like, oh, did I see a lady leave? Is there 2 Macs walking around?
Oh, fuck, I thought you walked out to the bathroom already.
It's a Mac from another universe.
Why were you sleeping with another Mac from another universe?
You don't know what
Loki did it.
You don't know what I like.
Fair.
Anyway, so, what is the plan today, Mon Frere?
Well, oh, shit. You know what? I would really like to see my mom. And see what's left after the moon.
Yes.
So if you don't mind making that the first thing we
Okay.
do. Yeah.
Is Basco coming with us today? Or does he have other plans?
Basco, I'm going to say in the middle of the night, went back to Therowen to sort of
Oh, he would.
start, helping everything that she can. He's going to be back for if you guys do other stuff. Like, if you guys make a push on somebody, he'll come and join you again. But as of right now, since you guys are handling just sort of local stuff, if you want to invite him back for stuff, but right now he's handling Therowen at Therewell.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to have breakfast first, or do you want to go, like, right now? Could be our last chance for a good hearty breakfast.
Alright. Homie. Sorry, my voice just went terrible there.
Oh, homie.
You guys press to digitate yourself some clean clothes, you slap on your gear, you make your way down, and Dead Ted is very busy cooking y'all up some lovely breakfast. We're talking thick cut bacon, we're talking huge slabs of ham, mountains of eggs. You know, everything big, thick, buttery toast.
I'll have one mountain of eggs.
Yeah, I know.
Like
some
ostrich
home
egg.
fried potatoes.
Oh, I'm hungry now in real life.
Always. So you guys make eat your food. You gather yourself. Some people, like the other adventurers, are nursing their wounds. Most of the people who are needing help through the night are on the mend now and are doing better. Nothing a good night's sleep and some breakfast isn't fixing. Some people are grabbing a drink for breakfast because it's been one.
Yeah.
But as of right now, everyone things seem to be on the up for right here. Brian comes over and explains that he's thinking about lowering the barricades, as it seems that the roots have gotten too deep to be stopped at this point. It's been a full 8 hours. They probably needed to do it immediately, because at this point they would need another nuke to take out the roots again. And as long as roots are touching roots, they'll heal everything back up.
Hell yeah.
You guys seem to have succeeded at this point, right now, for this one task.
So, what is in the agenda for you all today?
Well, first we're gonna go visit Korvac's family.
And then,
We have a meeting with a friend of ours.
Yeah. We're gonna be seeing Isilith. Do you want to do that before? Let's not keep him waiting. But I really need to. You know what? I can find out what's going on with the certain something right now. Almost.
Just stop stalking with catatonic.
the button.
Yeah, I'm gonna go scry on that adventuring crew. See if they're still alive. Let me get his name. Daff.
Is it Dafford?
Daff is the bugbear barbarian.
I was like, is it Daff or Gaff? Yeah,
It's
it is
Daff.
It is Daff.
Daffy.
You zoom on over there. It's darker. In the same spot, your eye goes to the same sort of general proximity. So you know they're in the same area. So they're deeper into the cave. So it's harder to see. But they do not seem to have unlocked everything. Because as you know, there were puzzles. But once again, one thing's inherent that you can see. You know, you see the dwarf being loud and, or is it this, or is it this? You know, you see the battle cleric. You know, it's like, I think these words over here mayhaps have something to do with it. No one really seems to be pulling security. No one seems to be watching out the door. But they seem to have made very little progress, as they might be in either the next room
Okay, so
or one room over.
So they're not humbled. They haven't hurt themselves on these puzzles.
I mean, whatever they've done, I mean, they look ragged. They don't look heavily damaged. So, you know, they've taken long rests, too. They're just bad at adventuring.
Because I hear them going on and on. Because I really want to try to, like, get, like, a feeling of how bad they're being to see, estimate, like, how much longer we can leave them.
Give me an insight check. Or perception.
I might have to look at the room to even know what the deal is, but I'll go insight first. 24.
You've been through a lot of these. Sometimes there are things that hurt you. These guys are big boys. They can fix themselves. That's probably why they've made as little progress as they have. Because they have hit things that have stopped them. But they've taken the time to heal, take long rests, short rests. They're slow at this because they are bad at this. Because they are very much not taking their time. They're just slow going because they're inefficient. That being said, It's tough to tell how far they have to keep going. Because you still don't know entirely what it is that they're going to. You know, it's a button, but... There was maybe 3 or 4 every time, maybe 5. And this was made by Crench, not by them. It was just made to replicate it. Will he keep that? Will he differ? Who knows? But they're in room potentially 2 or 3, so it's tough to tell. But you've got time.
What's Quark doing?
Yeah.
Alright, let me roll for
Try
Quark.
a course. He's still like, I'm gonna get him. I keep doing that whenever I write course 3. I don't underline it, so I keep overlooking it when I look.
Quarth. Mind, once again, does not go far. Goes straight to them. Barth is still sitting in the same bush, watching the exit. He's got patchy beard growing now at this point. Like a diligent sniper. Part of him is sort of sunburnt a little bit.
Is he like pulling security for them?
He doesn't look like he's moved from this spot.
It's all part of the plan, Josh. The button actually releases Crench's soul back to his body so he can come and save us.
Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he just come and save you immediately?
Hey, make it fun. Let's put me behind a button just to see if they have to get to it.
Any mystery box you put in the campaign, I will automatically assume it's to, make Thomas happy.
It's just all fan service for me.
I'm the main character.
It's literally called Pandora's Box. I don't care.
I want Dad back.
I'm your father, son!
You weren't there for me. Neither was him! But he was there first.
First.
4th.
So, anybody else you want to scry on, you big weirdo?
Yeah. No, those are the 2 I want to scry on. Should I be worried?
No, I just like seeing I just like rolling this one. Oh, it does roll on 3. This actually surprisingly has a good amount of variance to it. The other ones, not so much.
Next question. Is my tribe in a location that we can teleport to? Or would I have to scry and describe it to Mac, I would think?
You've not been there yourself, and you don't know exactly where they are currently.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're a warband actively moving.
Yeah.
So you would either need to communicate with them in some way,
Yeah.
and then tell you where they're near, or scry on them and then do what you said.
Okay. I'm gonna send
Okay.
to Veray.
To my darling.
To my mom. Because
Just say your mom,
My
weirdo.
mom.
We know Veray's your mom. We were talking about... Thomas suggested to rename your mom,
yeah.
and then to just keep going to see if you'd notice. Which I said wasn't going to work, because you actually had already named your mom.
Yep.
I didn't create the name for your mom like I did for him.
Right.
So, or wait, no, you also came up with a name for your mom, didn't you?
It's Catherine Fleetfoot.
Yeah. So, but it was just still like, it was like, no, he'll definitely remember that it's Veray.
Very.
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 I found a humble lot.
I found out.
So you messaged your mother.
Yes. Good morning. I would like to visit. Please let me know where you are. In detail. Hope everything went all right.
Yeah, find more.
Love you.
We're nearing the bend. We're nearing the bend of Privence now. On our way up the bend. So basically, they're going around Privence up to the Nook, like what you guys did.
Mm-hmm.
So they're starting that journey up there right now.
Perfect. So we could. The best location is to just teleport right at the gates of Privence and just head backwards. Or
Well,
would that-
theoretically, you'd be able to just witness them or just see them or travel straight to them from that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's traveling there? How?
Can't use Basco.
No. I mean, we're in a room full of adventurers.
You want to pay one?
Hello. Would anybody like to be paid to teleport us to Privence, please?
A wizard sort of like, mayhaps I teleport the great adventurers back in Korvac to Privence.
Dual insights, right?
Can he do it? Is this a scam?
Nat 20.
20.
This is a very old wizard.
6. Okay.
I don't know what you want to do. Yeah, he sounds.
die if he doesn't.
I mean, he sounds old and creepy, but he's just an old traveling wizard that, sells bits and baubles and sells his services to people. He's an adventuring party, He aided you in combat last night.
Yeah. He's just like...
He's just someone clearly left over from the strike force who's just been blending in. Hello. I am here to help you.
Can I have samples of your blood?
Deposit blood, please. I can get you that. I don't have teleport per se, but I could make a teleportation circle to Privence.
Sure. How much would you like?
10,000 gold.
Can it be 50 gold?
Does that even cover the cost of...
What?
If it's more than 100, I'll just do it myself.
Okay, 50 gold is the amount of chalk and precious gem to do it.
100 gold?
Call it 115.
Deal.
Plus, you owe me a favor.
Like a blood debt?
He kind of just darts his eyes back and forth.
What would this blood debt be?
Roll insight, the both of you.
Natural one.
Well.
Well. Do you think there'll be a short rest in our future? Because I could just add on a D12 to that. 20.
You're already paying this man.
Yeah.
You don't need to owe him a favor. He's not doing you a favor. You're paying for his services. For what would you owe him a favor?
I'm paying you for your services.
Yeah, all right. He just goes back down and starts immediately going to work. He's just trying to get one on you because you guys are famous.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun if I did? As he's
You want to go to Privence, right?
Privence. The gates of Privence.
Yeah, it should be fine. Keeps going.
As he's working on it, I just turn to Korvac in like a trance-like voice. Darian spoke to me last night, by the way.
Did just speak to you.
I put my hand on Korvac. He says you're doing a good job. No.
The fuck was that?
Mark.
Okay, so yeah, no, Darian did speak to me last night.
What are you talking about?
He's not. No, he's dead.
Is he like a god now?
No. So, he's dead, but he can't leave. So he kind of just hangs out as a
Oh, what
ghost.
the fuck? Wait, hold on. You telling me that everybody I've killed and everybody else who's died recently has not been able to leave?
That's presumably, yeah. He can only show himself because he's a powerful man.
Now, I'm not a big magic man, but, like, that sounds like a lot of power. And a lot of fucky shit.
Our world's not good at the
What
moment.
about cringe?
I actually talked to Darian about that yesterday. Unless Crench is doing something behind, the scenes.
Like, why can Darian do it and why hasn't cringe?
You figure Crench would immediately, go straight back to his family, but like, everything's alright. You don't have to cry for me. Maybe verbatim a little bit.
verbatim a little bit? What?
Maybe not quite verbatim what he would say.
Get away with words, Mac.
Yes. What else have I had a busy night after you went to bed last night.
Yeah,
Very
you
sure.
cloned yourself and then
I'm-
slept with yourself. It was weird.
Yes. I'm the heir to the estate of Daria. I brought back one of the Teds.
Rat. Oh, wait. I didn't. Oh my god, I was so oblivious after I came to. I didn't even
It's
notice.
at this point, Thomas, you get one sending from Thoreau Anix. Well, hold on. Actually, let me just roll to see who this would be. 1 or 2, it's Mac. 3 or 4, it's you. It's you. Thoreau Anix messages you, Korvac.
Mm.
So, an interesting development. I believe an Isilith will be coming to see you shortly in your castle. We will be joining him. We have much to discuss.
Okay. I love it when I do that, when I write, when I use the T for at and then the. that's how the English word.
At the. You got your own shorthand.
Yeah.
How do you respond?
Thanks for letting us know. We will be there in a couple hours.
The sooner the better. It's at this point that you get a message, Mac, from someone else. Hello. I am reaching you in accordance with the estate of Darian Vatan. It has recently come to our awareness that he has passed, and he has bequeathed some things to you, and we need you to get back to us as soon as you can. We represent Borthil, and Borthil, an elvish-owned legal company.
Borthil. Oh my god, is this just Morgan?
It's just a bunch of boring elves. Borthil, and Borthil.
I make a history check. Do I know where they might be?
They're gonna, yeah, go ahead.
S- 18.
Sounds like you were gonna say 6 and then decided to tell me 18.
I did math wrong.
Was it 16 instead of 18 sort of thing?
Yeah, I was like, why am I saying 16? That's the 9, not an 8, Thomas.
So you're at 2?
No, I know my history is plus 9, so it was a 9 and a 9. And I'm
Gotcha.
like,
I gotcha.
16. Wrong.
They're definitely in Privets. Probably 4th quarter. They sound like a pretty fancy lot, or you've never really not visited them yourself, but you could absolutely find them. Now consult each other based off the sendings you just got.
I am going to respond and just be like, I will be there soon. Mac Fleetfoot.
You don't need to sign your
Sign.
sending. You're the only one that can respond to it.
Much
Dictated but not read. What? How? Who? What?
Holy shit.
What could Darien be giving me? Is it possibly a mystery box?
It's your dad. Okay. So, throw.
He's like got a bow on him naked.
I died protecting your family.
Thronix just messaged me. He's gonna be at Backstreet along with Isilith. I said we'd be there in a couple hours, but he wants the sooner the better.
Alright. So we'll head there straight after we visit your tribe.
Yeah. Is everything else alright with you?
I have to meet with a law company in Privets.
Oh, which one?
Borthil, and Borthil, an elvish company.
I've seen their ads everywhere.
You have a case.
Borthil, and Borthil represents all the people, but I felt like they represented me.
It's at this point he's like, yes, your teleportation circle is ready.
Thank you. Pay him.
Thank you. He pockets it.
All right. Well, it was nice meeting you.
What's your name?
No,
My
please don't.
name-
Please don't.
Dayton.
You've done it. You've done
Last
it.
name Ohio.
Dayton.
Dayton, Ohio.
I'm gonna step into the portal and pull Mac with me.
You go straight to hell. You're immediately just right outside the gates of Prevence, just as you had wanted. Nice little teleportation stand for the entrance way to Prevence. Exactly where you wanted to be. Nothing wrong. He's a pretty good wizard, Dayton. Okay. You see off in the distance a war band of Goliaths making their way.
Do you want me to come with you, or do you want me to go to Boruthel, and Boruthel?
I mean, you got business. I don't see a problem with you splitting here.
Okay, we have sendings if we need anything.
You have a sending.
Yes. Yeah,
You could maybe use blood magic to send a sending.
Oh, that's right.
80% of your blood.
Fuck.
I fucking hate
Actually,
it.
you know what? That's a really fair trade.
Korvac sits down with a pen, and it's like that.
Like
one
a kid blowing up a Capri Sun. He's just gaining his health back again.
It's like that fucking pen in Harry Potter when you write stuff down and like cuts into your arm, but it's like cutting into Mac's arm. Ow! What the fuck? Hello. This is Korvac, your friend.
Hello, it is I, your friend, Cor. I have to be polite.
I'm gonna write this in Elvish now.
God. Alright.
You make your way off into the warband. You make your way into the city. Roll initiative. We'll see who goes first.
Hi.
You rolled a 2?
I rolled a 7.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I rolled a 3. My initiative is 5, which means it's an 8.
And I got an 11.
Alright. You go first.
Why did you wait until after he said his to say yours? I mean, it was like, don't you guys both have +5?
I'm +4. Don't you have advantage?
Nope.
No, he never got that cool.
Nope.
He never got that cool of a barbarian.
You just start raging in front of me when we're making this decision.
No, you need to be like level 4 or 5 barbarian before you get that. And I think not every barbarian does get that. I'm not sure. But eventually. We'll go with you first. You make your way up. Do you walk up or do you travel a different way? How do you get up to the 4th rung of Prevence?
Is there any like fun transportation, like
A monorail.
trolley? A monolith? You mean a monorail?
I said monorail.
Monolith! And you just teleport to where you need to be.
Korvac, I'm gonna be at the ziggurats.
Got a waypoint system.
The 2 of the corners on opposite sides have a sort of chair lift. It's not a while. It's sort of on like a metal track that hangs above it, and that just sort of goes from the 1st row all the way to the 5th row on the corner. It just goes up that way.
We'll have to take the chairlift to the 4th row.
Sure. You make your way there. It's public transport, so it's free to the people. You hop your way on there. You make your way up there. You get everybody knows you guys are an affiliate with the city, so you guys you have a special line. You go through yours. You make your way up there. You're like, this is fast. This is efficient. But at one point you're like, I could have just turned myself into an eagle. I would have been there by now. But you're being yourself and being a person and just walking amongst the folk. And you look around. Give me a perception or an insight.
Gotta see the mac and cheese, man.
He's a
18.
terrorist now.
Oh, fuck.
It's like, I've got a bomb! Bring me Mac Fleetfoot!
He cried on me once and ruined everything. You all look around. You look around and you just sort of see a moment of peace that you haven't had in a long time. A day-to-day life. Just, hey, I'm gonna go grab groceries. I'm gonna go cook dinner. I'm gonna go to work. come back. The world's on the brink of destruction. And if these people didn't do what they're doing, you couldn't do what you were doing, and vice versa. Everybody's doing their thing, but it's just sort of that moment that takes you. It's just like the world keeps turning. And at that point, you're told to get off the fucking trolley because you're on the fourth row, and you hop off as the thing slowly, it can't stop. So you're like, oh, hop off, and then you hop off, and then you make your way to Borthel. It's not hard. They have that rather brand gauche design on the outside of their establishment. You make your way in. There is a half-elfin secretary. Change the music. Hello. Welcome to Borthel in Borthel. What is it that we can do for you?
My name is Mac Fleetfoot Jr. I was told to come here in regards to the estate of Darian Vatan.
Ah, yes, please. Take a seat for one moment. Someone will be right with you. And then she just goes to like jotting stuff down.
It's a coffee machine. Damn it, I'll take a seat.
As soon as you sit down, someone immediately opens up the door. Ah! Mac Fleetfoot, is it?
Yes.
Hello, I am Thon Borthel. Happy to help you.
Nice to
He
meet
kinda
you.
gives him a shake.
What was his name? Vaughn?
Thon.
Thon.
I'm sure the kids love graffitiing his name.
My retainer.
Thon Borthel.
So, he takes you into the back, and there's basically just dozens of people handing paperwork, signing paperwork, doing this. There's just like a lot of people very quietly, very studiously, sort of. And then you see a few key offices of people in the corners in the back who are of clear import. He takes you back into his office, closes the door behind you, takes out some documents. Well, it appears that Darian has left you a rather sizable account. Roughly 90% of everything he owned.
How much is that valued at?
Well, it's not really much about intrinsic value, if I'm being honest. The right to every song he sang, every song he owned, the club, his position in the college, his controlling stake in the college, and from what I have here, let me just make sure this is correct. Let me kind of like switch over. An amount totaling 356,739 gold.
You just in Therawell Basco's like on his throne. What? Alright, so that's 356,739 gold. His estates, all of his songs, a controlling stake
In the Glamour Bar College. And his position as head of the college.
This man had more money than the Kingdom of Pharaoh. In the funds.
I kind of just, I'm like, oh, thank you. Okay. It's a lot.
And then, of course, he had a few, he gave a sort of stipulation fee to the other members of the Temple of Sin. He gave them all 2 years' income from the house, average, given the chance that he thought most of them would probably leave, that you took control. So he would figure pay their stipend for leaving. On top of that, just, he didn't really have anyone else. A few bits of jewelry, some goodbye gifts to his girlfriend Rosalind at the time. But other than that, it's all yours, Mr. Fleetfoot.
Where can I, accept all of this?
Well, once you've signed it, you already have. The money is in an account now in your name here in Privence. His home here in Privence, it has all of his documents. any of the songs in the registry with any of the bards. He'll be able to tell you what, the songs he had access to that he had publicly sang. Anything else that he had in his home written down and not yet used is also yours as well.
Oh. It's good to know. Good. Yes. Thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Fleetwood.
Thank you. And I just clammy shit.
It's just very sad. You make your way out and slowly shamble your way to the Temple of Sin, and just adjacent to that is a building that he lived in the penthouse suite, which is now yours as well. And you're rifling through some of his possessions, and you find Unchained Melody, the song he sang when he perished to you. Oh. If you find other Elvis songs that you want, just let me know. We'll switch back to you now, unless there's anything else you wanted to do.
The only thing I want to say, when I'm in this penthouse, is there like any type of jewelry or anything?
Go ahead, an investigation check with advantage.
I should remind myself what my investigation is now. That is 25.
You find a few rings. Like you find a few good pinky rings. Like one with like signet on it. One with like a big just like stone. One with like a giant ruby on it. A few charmed necklaces, sort of, with different shapes and symbols and fun sort of like designs. And you find different sort of variations of just random bits of like flair, I guess would be the best way to put it. Sunglasses or...
Do your sunglasses fit me? I don't need regular glasses anymore.
You grab his sunglasses and put them over yours, and they sort of just fit onto you.
Nice, that's all I'm going to take with me.
Can I see your character sheet for a second?
Max mine now.
If I become too
That was
powerful,
it. You did it. You grabbed one artifact too many.
Just snaps my phone in half.
Stupid!
What does this mean, Josh?
Someone's dead.
Two funerals and a wedding is happening for you today.
Yeah.
You are now proficient in persuasion.
Sweet.
You go ahead and put those on, and they just sort of form immediately to you.
Wait, he wasn't proficient in persuasion.
He's at +5 and half proficiency added to everything. He went with performance.
Ooh.
You also grab like a few, if you want to grab some some rings, put some rings on, maybe put a little bit of necklaces on. Well, it's free to like I'm gonna go to him. If you want to say you got a necklace with this on it, we can absolutely do that. If you want to. You make your way out towards the tribe. As you walk out towards that way, there are people who have clearly been sent to go and greet you as sort of like a royal escort back into the main camp. Veray is one of them, because she immediately sort of wants to just start talking to you about everything that's happened. Everyone in the royal escort is keeping a wide berth away from you, so you can have private conversation as you walk back towards the main werewolves encampment. Or Goliath encampment. So I imagine you're interested to see how the night went. Before we talk about that, how did your night go?
I mean,
It's good to see you alive, by the way.
yeah, about that. I've met with death once again.
And here you stand.
Again. It
It pains my heart every time, but I have faith with what you can do for our people.
Yeah. It's funny. Bothered me on a subconscious level. I had a vision.
What?
Wanting to live and see generations of Goliath and werewolf. And finally reaching the plains of Maliki.
She smiles. It's a good dream. Not only for you, for this family, but for this people. A few years ago when I was nurturing you and I thought we were dead, I had high hopes for you, but I never thought you'd be taking us to the hot lands of Malika herself. And that being said, it was an overwhelming success.
Oh.
Almost no one perished. We lost a handful. I imagine on a more one-on-one scale, it wouldn't have happened. We had a few hundred convert that night. And of such, only 6 were ultimately destroyed.
That is pretty good. You know, considering that there was only, so few of you to try to keep the control. How was that? Did you...
I realized we must be different because we're closer to you in the blood. There's something about us. We have more dominance and power over the common werewolf. But even beyond that, Sten took one side, me and Kaylin took another, and then, well, they were in the middle of nowhere. We sort of just let them form a herd and just run. And that was going well for a while, and then a hunt broke out, and then that led to, who gets what, and that's where the nipping happened. I know it's awful. Any loss of life is awful, but we had anticipated much worse.
Yeah, I had thought that it would have been full chaos.
Every single person who volunteered did so knowing that there was a chance of loss of life, and our forces have grown so much. And I imagine you've grown strong as well.
I mean, I've never felt this good. So yes.
I think fortune and favor looks good on us. Maliki looks good on us from what you say.
Yeah.
I think things are going well, Korvac.
Yeah. I think we're going to pull through with all this, and even if we don't, we have Maliki's favor.
Well, then let's have you say a word to the troops, then.
Hmm.
At this point, you guys have joined. Is there anything that you wanted to say inherently to them, or did you just want to do like a blatant, good job, or walk around the camp sort of thing?
I didn't have anything off the cuff.
I mean, everybody's just sort of happy to see you and see that,
Yeah.
you're making the rounds. There's a lot of them that as you walk and shake your hands, you're like, this one's a werewolf. Maybe not everyone here knows. Maybe some people know. It's kept all rather hushed now, because the more it's kept hush here, the less the enemy knows.
Yeah.
So even the Goliaths themselves that don't know aren't making a fuss about it, because they know they don't want the enemy to know. But every hand you shake, and every person you greet, when it's a werewolf, you know them, and you can feel them inside of you and in your brain. almost like a hive mind or a herd, or as part of you is growing inside of you as well.
God, you are like a deity at this point.
Well, yeah. So basically, if I were
Says the man with how much gold?
Yeah, right.
Everybody's just got deity status in their own way.
yeah.
And on that, I think we should take our break.
Yeah, I think so. I do need to.
Piss?
Yeah.
I do too.
I'd like,
Can't say that word.
I'd like a
Stream,
cup of-
Alex.
I'd like a cup of tea.
I would also like. We'd like to play.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah.
We'll be back, everyone. Thomas, I got it.
Nope.
What Elvis songs do you want? He's giggling. Everybody knows something's up.
I just love you.
Oh, hey,
so
Princess
much,
Buttercup. I hear
baby.
you're drinking my waters. You know, I have a cup of water by my bed every night. You take a few drinks as I browse and then I go to sleep. I have to keep an eye on it because she always does that. She will, fucking first chance she gets, turn it back around I took a sip.
I feel like you're gonna walk into your bathroom one day and she's licking your fucking toothbrush head.
No. Whoa, you leave your toothbrush head out.
I put it in a thingy McBobber.
That's where you get the poo-poo.
That's how
Well,
you get the
I
poo-poo.
flush with the toilet lid down.
You'll get the poo-poo. They get sprayed on your ankles and it goes right up.
You dry the toothbrush, and then you put it in a drawer.
Yeah, those little pot things. They try to kill you.
Oh, no. Those pot things are one of the dirtiest things, because no matter how... It's like...
Mm-hmm.
You can never, fully get everything dry, which is why you have to make sure that cabinet stays clean, because, you're putting moisture in there. But at the same time, every time you put one of those, your toothbrush back into that cup, that water slowly drains down the whole brush and congeals at the bottom and, makes, a fucking thick layer of gunk at the bottom.
Yeah.
I assure you, if you open the lid, if you can, most of them you can't, which is the problem.
I know, I clean them.
Yeah, they're fucking gross inside.
Get a nice treat at the end.
Oh,
of the
yeah,
week.
yummy. Ooh. So it's just sort of I have a paper, not a paper towel, a hand towel specifically for that, dry it, put it on that, put it in the thing. Because I don't trust the cats, because the cats are always walking on the sink. And it's just I don't know, it just, the British little bit of asshole might, touch it, and it's just no thank
To be
you.
fair, anytime I look at cats, I just assume they're doing something inherently bad.
Exactly.
Well, that's how you build up your immune system.
I'm not gonna consume a cat asshole in any way, no matter how sort of
Do I
immune
need to
buff
call
I
the
get.
animal welfare people to your
As-
house?
It was this arm. As someone who's injected cat asshole into this arm.
I love that you had to be it was this arm, yes. Alright, so all of that being said, gentlemen, your family is doing good.
Yeah.
Better than ever. You walk, you shake your hands with people as they march onwards. Spirits are lifted, morale is going up seeing you. What was once we took some losses there, but we're going, to oh fuck yeah, the king is with us. Kaylin kind of grabs your ass a little bit, gives you a wink.
Nice.
Sten also grabs your ass and gives you a little wink.
That's not okay, Dad.
Dad, already? Already, Dad?
Already?
He's wow, dude, that's something you're gonna have to work through. No, he would be there for you, but it's just good lord, dude, that's where... Jeez. So, how do you guys link back up together?
I'm going to send to Korvac. I'm finished with my business. Meet you at the same place. Do you agree? Love, Mac Fleetfoot.
Yeah, alright. Be sure to wipe. I'll meet you there.
What?
You said you finished your business.
Mac audibly in the street. What?
Roll insight, Thomas. Josh, is Korvac doing anything in particular while he makes his way back home?
Nah, nothing too. It should be the same walk effectively. Unless.
Yeah, ultimately, you're just making the same walk
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
21.
You're sitting and thinking about it. You don't have access to a song gifted to you that was unique. You don't have access to any time anyone is getting paid or is paying the right to use that song. So not only do you have money, you have a source of income and will never need for money again, because you also have Castle Backstreet, which you are a lord of. So you also have that much money, and you also have that importance to worry about. And you also have a castle to worry about. And you also have people to worry about. You have an apartment now that you also live in. You're also supposed to be in charge of a college, which you have responsibility for. You also need to manage a club now. So you also have this to worry about. And because of this, at this point you realize Somebody's like, "Sir, your stop! It's your stop!" And you're like, "Oh, yeah." And then you get off at the entrance, and it's just a lot has just happened. And it's all good. And it's all sad. But there's a time and a place, and you will do these things and you will honor these things, but right now you need to focus on other things that you're worried about. But for now, you're one of the most made men in the world. But at the same time, a whole hell of a lot of people just started looking up to you.
How rich is like 350,000 gold?
You've done the math on how much money you've accrued. If you haven't, like, you guys could, remember, you guys pooled together how much money to buy that staff? And that was amongst the three of you on a rough day.
Yeah.
Like, so, a lot, but not as much as you'd think. Remember, a place like Bismuth has, you know, millions in taxes, but how much do they do in expenses? You know, like, it's a lot, but you're not the wealthiest man. A lot of what is, you also have to realize that's just what your liquid asset is. Like, there's still a lot of, like I've said, you've been given asset streams because there are people with contracts. Hey, Darian, I'm going to use your song and I'll pay you this much of the take every night. That's going to you now. Like, so much like all the lords of the castle who are getting a bit of the mine, you're getting a bit of that. Like, and will be. On top of the Temple of Sim. On top of the college. Like, you are getting a lot. So you're not given a large amount of wealth. You're given an intrinsically valued estate. You are given an intrinsically valued legacy with that. Songs and all of that he has. But you're also given a very large amount of estate that is retail and rental income buff, but also at the same time income stream and the use of contracting out his music. So the value is far beyond just the 300,000 something gold. But you still don't think you're the most richest man in the world. You know Maximilian is going to defile you in that department in every way.
Maybe I can have...
The man lives in a solid gold castle.
Maybe I can have him as an adopted father as well.
Ragdell's just sweating in the... I was his adopted... I was doing the Mac over here.
Oh my god.
Just out of...
Wait, is Mac like a gigolo for father figure?
Hey, I hear you're looking for a surrogate son.
Hey, Dad, do you want
My
to go
dad died.
Dad, you want to go play catch with me?
Oh my god.
Okay, son. Ragdell's like, I've played catch with you so many times before. Like, no!
The bell we have that summons Merchant Man, is that available again?
Go ahead, take it out.
Grobel.
Rebel. I take it out.
Ring the bell.
Ding,
Clunk,
ding,
clunk,
ding.
clunk.
Not ready yet, are you? Do I have maybe an idea of how much time is left?
It's a long fucking time.
Roll insight.
10.
The only way to know is when you press on that bell and he answers. There's no cooldown, there's no way. He says he'll be back when he's back. You have no idea. There's no scale, there's no bar. You'll ring on that bell and either he'll answer or he won't. It's not like a pager. To keep track of it, I'm glad that you tried. I was worried that you might have forgotten about it.
I would like to purchase a soul find.
The fuck was that?
We went back in time, you made a mistake and we fixed it.
Are we in
I
Poltergeist
finally figured
now?
out how to have perfect D&D.
I just want to see if I can purchase a soul finder.
Oh, for Crench?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be worth way more than what you have right now.
350,000 gold.
To find a soul? Think of what that means outside of this.
What if we reduced it down? What if
No.
French
Think
finder?
about what that meant out. Okay. but you don't know what you're looking for until you lift up the thing. What if it was Crunch's soul? How much? $3 billion.
I'll perform, baby. I'll perform forever.
And this is how he becomes Elvis. I did it. I am a puppeteer.
I just love you much, baby. I own the rights to that song now.
So that doesn't work. You guys are together. I love the fact that you've hopped off this monorail and clunk. Okay, no. Damn, that would have been good. You would have been by yourself for that, by the way, which would have been hilarious.
What if it's like the safe at work? Every time we press the button, the
Hey!
cooldown timer.
Maybe you're not talking about your work safe on stream.
If you just keep pressing the button, the cooldown goes down.
Yeah. Okay, so you make your way back to the main street and meet him out, who's also sort of staring off into the main distance, and then you also staring off into the main distance, and it's just sort of huh? Uh-huh. Alright, you ready? Yeah.
Hello, Korvac. How are you?
Feeling pretty lucky, actually.
You look down and I'm wearing sunglasses, and I have a necklace around my neck that has the ring that Vitarian had that had his insignia on it. I don't know why I like putting rings on necklaces.
You just
I
wish
mean,
you
it's
were
a
the
good trope.
Hobbit.
I get it. I like it. Point of inspiration.
Yes.
That's the whole reason I did it. I didn't see him click the bell, did I?
No, he did that when he got off the rail.
Only 6 people died.
Really? Good job.
I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty
You did
good.
a good job, Korvac.
Make a perception check, both of you.
It's a natural one.
25.
21.
You both look inward into the castle. And you're both sitting outside the by street that kind of cuts off whether you're going up the North Gorge down towards Grove Stand. And you look inside the castle, the first layer of Prevence. And there staring back for you is the spectral form of a guard who always had a scorn for you,
Oh my god.
looking at you.
Scornfully?
Well, sort of like, you're alright.
Yeah!
I give him a thumbs up.
And he gives you a thumbs up, and then his ghostly form dissipates.
This must not be good for the environment, by the way.
Oh, it's not. It's gotta not.
The Aurora Borealis every night is intense, but man is the smog bad.
The Aurora Borealis has the face of the damned in it.
So yeah,
we gotta do this for him. You know that, right?
that guard perished in one of the many fights.
It's a shame.
Yep. He's still on duty in his mind.
Is Omelet Guy alright?
I don't know.
None of us have sends. I'll use Wish to scry on him.
Probably still locked
No,
up.
this
I don't wanna
this
see.
needs to not be on camera, so I can determine the value of it if I don't like it. No.
Scry on Omelet Guy.
So
Alright, Donnie Thornberry.
No, did you not see that?
No, I
No, the
didn't.
screen went awful as it happened.
That child was stolen.
So, what are you doing, Josh?
what? I'm sorry. Why are we bringing up the omelet guy, man?
Were you gonna scry on him? It's okay if you want to scry on the omelet guy.
Yes.
Balls deep in Basco.
Probably.
The new.
I don't. This is such an omelet guy thing.
Yeah.
This is such an omelet guy
Is he
thing.
making omelets?
Not 20. You don't get to scry on all.
Your fucking eye explodes.
The eye is now his eye.
He controls
And he
you.
uses it to fuck Basco better. I'm
Oh.
just kidding. No. No, but he did roll in at 20, so you can't get to him.
We gotta
You
go
can,
save him.
That's omelet guy. He's.
You can scry on the castle if you want to, but Omelet Guy is now off the limits to you for 24 hours.
Omelet Station.
Oh my god, this is so fucked up. Yeah, the omelet station.
You know the cafeteria well enough. You don't... the attack would have been at breakfast 24 hours ago. But there he is.
Is he alone?
No.
He stares at your scry orb.
He's got a shoulder of a beam. He's throwing it off as he's sort of just, with arms full of ash, scooping people out of the wreckage. His uniform is burned in such a way that you can see only his arms and his pecs and his abs. And it's like just covering almost nothing. He's like, why even wear anything at this point? But he hasn't bothered to take it because he's just saving so many goddamn lives.
That man is just so good.
Yeah. People look sad. But people look like they need an omelet guy.
More than ever.
And you know what? Omelet Guy is there.
Mm-hmm.
People need an omelet guy.
And he's there.
Basco is just on his throne clapping.
And at this point, you actually hear, "Hey, we see him!" And then a barricade walks through, and you see Basco enter the room into this sort of fortified domicile in this collapsing structure that they've created. And these people have been rescued, and your scry ends.
Omelet guy is doing the omelet guy's work.
Amen.
Amen.
I love that there's gonna be a wiki for like Omelet Guy, unnamed hero. It's just like list of his accomplishments, and it's just like,
It's like
why
fucking
did
really-
he never get a name?
The Battle of Farewell?
It was like there was a nuclear fire, but he gathered as many heroes as he could.
The Resurrection of Diedrich?
Okay. I think I pondered on that. Omelet man, guy, omelet guy. Long enough.
This is good D&D.
So where do you guys go now?
Head to Castle Backstreet?
Yeah, we should do that. Is there a wizard by the teleporter we came in on?
Yes.
Sick. I might be misremembering. Didn't Maximilian want to meet with us? Or am I misremembering something?
Would it be dickish of us to not say hi?
I guess we should go say hello to Maximilian either which way.
He might be busy, we'll see.
You make your way up. You actually get bamfed up immediately by the same teleporter man up into the main teleportation room there. As he always, would like to see you, but yes. You meet in the central room, as always. It's only Maximilian, but where normally there would be other council members for business, it seems to be councils for war, mercenary corporations. Because of that, God, what's his name? Here we are. Orgrin Battletooth, the half-orc, the council for mercenaries. He's there. They're working on sort of just battle plans, defensive positions, moving troops. It's not just their troops that are on display, it's other people's as well. But pieces are moving. Maximilian, while an elf showing signs of aging, which proves he's a very old elf, looks tired. And for elves, that's
A
a lot.
Not a good sign.
Yeah. He looks to you. Ah, yes. Can we all have a moment, please? And then everybody sort of departs and goes their own way. The half-orc, kind of looks. We'll get these to you as reports and casualty lists as soon as we can, my lord. Thank you. Always a tough task, but you handle it well. Thank you, my friend. And he goes and he looks to you all. He sits down and takes a heavy breath as everyone kind of finishes packaging their stuff and walking away. A lot has happened, my friend, since last we spoke. I've needed a moment of your time. For a moment. Ragdale has told me some of the things that have happened when you came back, and well, I hear Silith needs your ear, and I don't want to hold you from that. I was going to tell you what had occurred, but I think he is going to be better able to speak to it than I will. Make perception checks.
Oh fuck, can I get a help? Much better.
21.
Math? Not unnatural 20.
There's a lot more noise here than normal. You actually notice that you hear like sounds of children, like sounds of women crying. You sound a lot. And you kind of look to see this sort of what was Maximilian's banquet hall. And you can hear most of the noises coming from that direction. I know I reek of opulence. But I mean to remind most that the first realm, the first wall that was built, is the wall that protected the builders of the rest of the castle. No one lived here before they did. This is their city first. But most importantly, as a lord, I made a decree that the combined total square footage of specific rooms in each estate on the final tier must be built in accordance to hold every citizen of Privence in the case of emergencies. So yes, I do have a great banquet hall, but I built it so that I could accommodate as many as I could when we needed to shelter them. They are up here so that when the walls get hit and they get overcome, their families aren't the first to die. Because they protected this city. They get protected to the last. That being said, you've been on the front lines for a long time. You have been in contract with me for a long time. I've been indebted to you for a long time. I come to you now as Maximilian Visarion. Is there anything I can do for you?
Oh.
My time grows near its end. I've been here for a long time. I've told many stories of many heroes. I have, but maybe a century left at best. It takes and changes your perspective.
When this war is over, the world will need to be rebuilt anew. A lot of people's lives would have been torn down to nothing. How can we begin the rebuilding of the world, if you catch my drift? Privence has a vast array of wealth.
Yes.
And access to resources.
Expeditions will be forced. We know that there are giants on the outside of those walls. They will have to be pacified, or highways and fortifications will have to be built, one or the other. We will do what we can. Expeditions will be funded. Hospitals, anything. We will do this because it is good for business. Living customers, healthy customers, are healthy consumers. For capitalism on our scale to work, we need our people being their best. To deprive them would to deprive the totality of our economy. When you use your magic to tear those walls down, our people will be building roads, and hospitals, and highways, and walls anew. But like I said, that is what is good for business. I'm talking to you as friends, and as business partners, and as you as high-ranking members of this corporation. What can I do for you in these moments? If anything, it's more a moment to check on you all. And to know that, and to inform you that the rock will be in play. Rackdell is taking care of it currently.
That's a lot. The Rock? Is that even a wise move?
It is the only move.
I know it's a bird, but I keep imagining.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Yeah. Give him the people's elbow! Oh my god! He'll... If we die, do you think they'll respect him as we have?
No. Not at all.
He'll fight to protect us, as he always has. Like you are doing now. Let's burn all our aspects that we can. Quarterback, what you thinking over there, bud?
What can a rich man give you? Well, what about, like...
Dog bones. Lots and lots of dog bones.
Just one more coffee.
Is that what you say to him?
Honestly, if we're talking about just us right now, as opposed to, like,
Don't you already have one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, that complex behind me is just like this.
No. Do you ask for that?
This might be unwise, but I have been told the need of a coffee of the Dragon Fairy variety. Would you have one in your possession?
I know someone who does. That owes me. How many have you consumed?
2.
2 is the limit to most heroes. But you are not most heroes. He sends a... You've seen it before, the sending spell, but you guys have the ring, so you don't need to do all that. He makes a few whispers that you guys can't hear because it's to someone very particular. And then Vandry comes down, the man of Vandrian wine, who you sipped on just a few hours before, comes down with that same glass, almost like a potion. Sexy phylactery created by the fairies themselves, sort of like a sealed vial that sort of comes out and bulbs at one end of a black, pure obsidian ore that is smooth and chocolatey, but like dark cacao, not, you know, completely oversweetened chocolate. It is the elixir of the gods.
You're gonna resurrect me after I do this, right?
He looks to you and is like, you're... Oh, let me make sure. I'm pretty sure Vandrian is a half-elf, but I looked up his name and then I didn't look up what he actually is. Yeah, he's a half-elf. Listen, I only have 6 of these left, and I was going to drink one of them eventually, so you understand I'm really giving away a lot here.
Give me all 6.
I've heard you've had 2.
Mm.
Even without an elven constitution, that is dangerous. I think you'll be able to handle at least one more, but from what I've heard, you've had a rather increase since the last time we've heard, so who knows? Sky's the limit. And he slides it for you. Go fucking crazy. This one's on the house.
The way he said that is probably going to make Korvac even more tempted to just down it right in front of him. but
Oh God, Thomas, don't think these thoughts.
What?
I've been thinking about what Mac would ask for, and I'm like...
Let's hear it.
There are 2 things I want in this world. The best possible bard instrument. But I also... What my heart of hearts wants is I want to be able to one day give up being an adventurer knowing I'm leaving this world.
Thomas. You're talking like Thomas.
Oh, sorry. I want to leave... Sorry. Let me drink my water real quick. I think that's my problem. I want to be able to leave this world with the knowledge that it will succeed after my death, and I want to leave something for the descendants of the Fleetfoot family.
You're doing it again.
What? Sorry, it's really hard for me at the moment. Too much smoke has been in my lungs. I'd like to be able to form maybe a foundation of my own, kind of like the Crench Foundation. But I'm going to need a lot of resources. And it would be a foundation dedicated to helping the world and supporting the heroes of this world with information, resources, anything like that. Is this maybe something you could help me with once this is all over? Please.
You're right. With the Cringe Foundation grounded, it would be wise to put funds into someone endorsing other heroes. It shall be done.
Thank you. Speedwagon Foundation. It's all... listen, I'm gonna make your account and your Fleetfoot character is gonna be fucking great.
Let me ask you this, Thomas.
Yes.
Where's Philip Fleetfoot? No, Philip Fleetfoot. Where's Philip Speedwagon right now?
He's at Castleback Street with my dad and mom.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just making sure.
Seymour is with me at all times because he's my familiar. But I don't know where Hoffman is yet.
Hoffman?
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
So, you get the sense that battle plans need to get back to being made. Everyone has a lot going on. Vandrian sort of passes out another glass of his special select, which you've had recently, but, you know, he's had casually.
Mm-hmm.
And he all looks to you. Thank you. Profits haven't been hindered. Lives have been saved. Morale has not faltered. And all of that is because of your work. I heard the strike force has had losses, but We all thought you would die going out there. And almost all of you came back. Darien would be missed. But Darien has predecessors. And he looks to you. You all are amazing, but please. And he salutes you with his wine. Godspeed and good luck.
Thank you.
You make your way towards the teleporters unless there was anything else you wanted to do here.
No? I think I'm gonna be playing with the coffee though. It's like,
You get in a teleporter, make your way to Castleback Street.
It's on fire.
And there in this waiting room, you step out of from the Council Wizard, which is now being operated by Vaughn again. No outsiders at all. And of course, you step out, walk out, and there is Thoronix and Isolith,
Hello,
as
gentlemen.
well as Raph, who's been entertaining them.
honestly, though,
Juggling.
I'm surprised that Itzlith came all the way out here.
What about Thoreau?
I don't know how he got here so well.
He's got nothing going on.
Teleport.
Thoreau immediately is like, well, I had something rather important to update you all on, but my thing sort of is part of his thing, and he points to Isolith. So I'm going to let him go first and make his deal, and then I'll do mine. It'll make more sense afterwards, since we've all talked. And Raph kind of is like, it is as he says, my lord.
Well, what's the deal, Isolith? How are you feeling? Haven't spoken to you since, well, you know.
Make insights.
Ah! 9.
25.
He seems soberer than he's been in a long time,
Oh, yeah?
but partially by choice, partially because he's been straight shooketh.
Straight shooketh!
With your 9, you know something is up with him, and he is a different man.
Okay. For the best, or do I not know?
How are you?
That's all you get with a 9.
How are you doing, Isolith? You seem changed.
Let me paint you a picture. Do you know that he was not supposed to be here until a few nights? I was taking another bender. I was drinking in the rafters again, indulging upon myself. He apparently had sleeper agents. For long I had heard that the homeless were talking of people acting differently, and that there were things in, well, people acting differently. It was true. They were replaced with monsters. They rushed the library. And I was not there to protect them because I thought I had another night to drink, and, well, there were other homeless who stood in a line. And they transformed, and I saw her children. The fucking spider eternal.
Narub?
Narub, yeah. Narub's children. They looked like normal homeless, but then they turned into 6-armed, scimitar wielding. Some of them had crossbows. Agile warriors. And they defended the library. Honorably. And nobly.
Did they win?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
without me. In my own city. As I was too drunk to fight. I didn't know they would get so close to home so quickly.
Yeah. I mean, nobody did.
Thoreau immediately chimes in. Well, turns out we did. At the last minute. Before we could get the word out.
Hmm.
We found out where his friends are coming from.
Oh.
Deep, deep in the corridors of the earth. In that hollow cavern that you all found.
Mm-hmm.
That one we're building the superhighway throughout that runs. Deep inside of that, in a very specific location, is a weakness in those borders between the worlds. The ones that he's been working on. With those tears he's been making.
Mm.
Straight to the Shadowfell. And it appears to be pouring out undead for him to be using almost infinitum.
Mm. Okay. How thick is it? Does it seem like we can go, not the tear? How many are there right now?
The army you saw already. That has come through. More have come through since, and more are getting ready to come through again.
Hmm.
Which is what we came to warn about. But now, Isilith has a proposition, and he immediately just cuts him off and is like, send me in! I will go in, and I will
You will what?
sever the connection between the Shadowfell in this world.
Can you do that without magic?
I have magic.
You have.
Every one of us has magic.
You have magic, Warback.
I do have magic. I was actually tempted, because it would have to be like a really grand dispel or something, right?
How are you gonna do it?
He takes out a device, and it seems to be a sort of grip for a hand with like a trigger right here and like a sort of grip like this, but on the end right at here is sort of a four-pronged sort of like diamond surgical needle would be weird. Sort of like hops out and out. It's like a thin scalpel, but it's like hollow in the inside. It's just like the outline material of it.
Hmm.
And he jabs it in his skull, but it doesn't actually pierce him at all. As he pulls out a sort of floating magical essence, and it has like a bluish, whitish energy, and he sort of flicks his wrist forward. And the first thing you see is the memory that he explains. You see homeless people turn from homeless people into this ravenous undead that start eating and killing and murdering their other fellow former homeless. And they realize that these people have been embedded, and these people who have been suspicious of them are now being destroyed in mass and slaughtered in mass. And Isilith has watched this as others run towards the safety of the hospital, as a form and a line, a sort of final defense is made of other homeless who people don't know why they're making this final stand. But as these sort of undead rush it, they turn into these sort of spider-like creatures that are part human, part mixed, like you've seen inside Narub's lair. But they're outside, protecting the library ultimately, because it is still her home. The eternal rumor will now spread forever in this city. And the veil is going to be pulled back on generations of people because of this.
Mm-hmm.
But because of this, the library is saved. But then the memory passes beyond that, and you see a long laundry list of things that Marduketh has done for Isilith in his time. One of them is bequeathing this item itself that allows the ability to transfer memories to a sort of display from a person's mind. But also another one, which is a sort of crystalline, sort of like jagged piece of amethyst that like you can wrap your fist around but has edges around, and it's sort of like a massive dispel. Like a dispel all. Like this will clear anything. And he looks and he just goes to you all and he's like, if there's any time to use it, now is the time.
Absolutely. How are you gonna do it?
And immediately you hear from behind you Zerger. I'm going with them. That's how.
I'm surprised you're just not like
Well,
turning up.
I'm thinking about it before. It was just like, it's one super sneaky dude. Zerger is the opposite of one super sneaky dude.
Isilith goes, he is just a child, but at the same time, I'm sneaky enough. I can show him how to wait. I know how to sneak past everyone, and I think we can, well, Nurub has shown me ways in. I know how to get into this
How do you get out?
crease. It's not about getting out anymore.
It could be, though. You don't have to do that.
Will you do that? You are needed elsewhere. We will find our own way out, but until now, the only concern is getting in and stopping it. Infinite undead cannot be stopped, but we can stop that.
And then...
Zergert, as you have this conversation with him, Zergert's arm, the strong arm, the magical arm, immediately puts one on your shoulder, and he like makes eye contact with you, saying, "Hey, listen. A long time ago, you told me about how you were going to fight a super soldier. And then later, you offered me that super soldier's gear. And I made the joke of if you were making me your super soldier. Let me be your super soldier." He kind of gestures outside. There's a pile of bodies out there that I put out there that outnumber any that even his father did. And he gestures to Mac. And I still don't feel like I've done enough for him. He was like a father to me. He's given you a brother. But this is all I have for him. Please let me do this. I don't like this. What level is teleport?
It's a level 7.
7.
7.
There's a part of me that just wants to give him the level 9 spell ring and put teleport in it.
And 2 castings of shield. And you can do that if you want.
It's big. I don't want these guys to die.
I support you in your decision to do that.
Okay. I mean, okay. Mac. I have a ring that if I gave to you, you guys could teleport back instantaneously. You can store a lot of power into it.
Isilith looks. teleportation that goes beyond what.
One of them can't do that. The other one I have is a gift to me from a great being. I do not want to see you. You have to come back.
You give it to Zergert.
I'm going to be giving it to Zerger.
So, you need to put what spells into it?
Teleportation,
And
2 castings of shield.
go ahead and get rid of those. You immediately sort of put your magic into it. And he takes it and slips it over his fingers. Ooh, it's warm. And he kind of looks at you and chuckles. Super soldier indeed, huh?
Do
I didn't know.
remember never put wish in that. Already done it. It almost blew up. Don't do it
We'll be
again.
coming home and I'll be giving this back to you.
Okay.
I didn't know it was warm.
Yeah, it really tingled when you did the wish thing.
No, I made efforts that, like, it is warm. I told him specifically that it was warm when he put it on because 5th level is, like, comfortable. Any more than that is sort of like you've overclocked your machine, but hey, look, yeah, sure, it runs hot, but it runs, baby.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of like what you guys were at.
Yeah. When do you do this?
Thoreau cuts in. I've mapped out for them where to go. We have full knowledge of it. The Mind Flayers have sort of helped us in mapping out the deeper interlayers of the core. And at the same time, well, it'll be sort of, easy to make your way when you're down there, won't it?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Which brings us to the now. What are we doing next, Korvac?
The drow, Thoreau sends up, I must go back, my people need me. The queen needs more knowledge of what is going on up here. And the 2 bodyguards, which are now 2 different women than there were before, already kind of been like, dude, what are you fucking, you're not supposed to talk about that. And he's just like, listen, I'm doing what I can. You'll have our support on that battlefield in that final line. But he kind of looks to you and looks to you both. He's like, but I think you 2 need to decide where that final line will be, don't you?
Yeah.
I take my leave. And he goes. And Zergert and Isilith look to one another. And Zergert looks to you all. A few months ago I came here and I just was a kid. I spent a few months with the legend and it felt like a lifetime. And in that lifetime I found I was living under 2 other legends. And now who knows what I'm gonna be. Maybe a new one.
Oh. 100%, my friend. You are already a legend.
You want to be a werewolf?
I don't think I'll be seeing the full moon for a while underneath that. But
Yeah.
see you next time.
You're making it back.
And they make their way.
You're a hero, Zergert.
Zergert looks back and Isilith kind of chimes in. I know we haven't had the best. But if you need one to replace us, we could have done so much worse than you all.
It means a lot, Isilith.
Thank you.
We won't let this world down.
I'll get him home for you, okay?
Thank you.
And they make their way deep into the descent the underground and the caverns that you were warned to not descend into. As they make their way out, Thoreau, before he leaves, you know, it was an adventuring party that ultimately let us know where this entrance was.
Oh.
Yes. A weird group of individuals. Apparently they thought Mordecai had given them a rather special task.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and they just happened to stumble deep into the underground and just happened to find a font. They all perished under the undead that came out, but they ultimately stopped the first wave. Kudos to them. And they left, ultimately, the trail for us to follow.
Funny how that works.
Funny. And he sort of, and then goes about his way.
I kind of just turned to Korvac and leaned in. Isn't it funny that every adventuring group that Mordecai put together just somehow managed to move one of the pieces on the chessboard?
Well, I also found it kind of funny that
Say it like out loud.
Well,
Who else is in the room now?
right? I kind of find it funny that Beelzebub was ultimately the reason why we weren't that party.
What party?
The party that died finding that group the adventuring crew that died finding the fissure.
opening?
No. The only time you were stopped from going underground was when she said, "Don't go down the spiral staircase unless you know Drow." Unless,
And that's when Basco was like, well, I know Drow now.
yeah. Unless there was something else that you remember that I'm forgetting.
That was specifically it.
Yeah.
We never went underground.
Yeah, from that point
Yeah.
forward, even though it only meant for that one occasion.
It's scary down there.
So Isilith and Zergert make their leave.
Hmm.
That meeting is done.
Yeah.
What do you all do? And while you make that decision, I say, order some pizza.
He was pulling it up.
Do you have Papa John's on your phone?
I like the app. I do not. Do you need me to send you some money?
Yeah, we'll find out how much it is. It's been a while since I've used the Papa John's app.
Well, Josh, where do you want to go? Where does
Well-
Korvac want to go?
One of the things we were looking at was the button, but at the same time it's like they'll never get through those stories. What do they have to worry about?
It's only like 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
You still have a lot of time.
Yeah.
It makes
Wow,
sense
we
to do it.
jumped around a lot, and it's only 10 in the morning.
Well, you woke up and it's the first time you really attacked the morning straight on. You woke up at 8, had breakfast. The chick was like, "Hey, I gotta go. I was not supposed to be here." You had your conversation. You had your, from 8 to 10, 8 to 9 you were with people, and then from 9 to 10 you were with people in your castle. So it's 10 o'clock now, and you guys have spent very little spellcasting slots. If you can get some wings, please get some wings. If you need me to send you some moolah, please let me know.
Absolutely.
I've been hankering for some wings.
Deep in the undertone, not the undertone. What was
Underdark.
Underdark, deep in the
A Shakaroni.
What is deep in the Underdark?
the fissure for the Shadowfell.
Mm-hmm. Basically in that weird, ever-growing cavern that you were in when you were briefly in there. In that sort of hollow earth area that the Drow are now building a highway in.
Mm.
And now you know it's just like, hey, yeah, sure. This is sort of a job in and of itself. So,
Yeah.
we're doing the best we can down here.
Doing pepperoni pizza and buffalo chicken pizza.
Sounds good to me.
Oh yeah, gotta put some red onion on that. Bam!
For what?
The buffalo chicken pizza.
Oh yeah, that sounds good to me.
Is red onion not an option?
Oh, that's right.
What you looking at?
I was just making sure that that was documented, both in my notes and in my notes, that I no longer have the spell ring for the time being.
Point of inspiration for that, absolutely. By the way, well done. To give up something of great power. Also, give me your spell sheet, your character sheet.
Yeah. Here you go.
The character sheet of a fighter.
Yeah, I know. I have what, 3 or 4 proficiencies?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Honey chipotle wings.
What are my other options?
Barbecue wings. I got us a round of buffalo wings, garlic parmesan.
Garlic parmesan, please. I don't know why, but I'm hankering that.
Okay, so 2 pizzas and 2 lots of wings. That sounds good.
What you looking at?
Oh, I'm just kind of debating which one of these that, I want to give you for just straight up giving so much power away.
Well, we use the shit out of that ring too. Every combat.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken out my mortgage on our Papa John's order.
Oh my god.
45 minutes.
Okay, so on top of the point of inspiration I just gave you,
Yep.
you now get half proficiency
Mm-hmm.
in all intelligence and wisdom checks that you are not proficient in.
Perfect. I can remember to set that up, right?
No, that should be a very easy
Yeah,
thing
it
to
is.
set up on that app.
It is.
So half proficiency on all intelligence and wisdom checks that you are not proficient in.
Oh my god, I have something in intelligence. They were all
He
zero.
was all +0. Now it should be +3 because your proficiency should be +6.
Yes.
All right, good. How much dinero do you need, my dude?
Well, it came out to $80.
Yummies.
Jesus.
I'll send you it on the Zelle so you have it immediately.
Okay.
I'm not sponsored by Zelle or anything, but
Bofa. I'm doing it on that. As much as I want to get rid of the shit on my Cash App. You don't want Bitcoin?
Yes, I can't wait to find out tomorrow if I have maybe $8 worth of Bitcoin, maybe $4 of Bitcoin, maybe 12.
so how much do you need?
How much are you sending me, Josh?
You said it was 80?
Yeah.
So...
Hold on, am I sure that Thomas is solid business? Gonna send you $20?
I'm gonna do 28.
28.
Yeah.
I guess.
Because that's a... Is that
Did he
roughly a
just make?
third?
Did he just make money? Did he just make money on this? I don't know.
He said he spent 80. You weren't fucking with me, were you?
It is
Let me sow dissent among my friends. Ah. Alright, all that being said, let's get back to business, because apparently we have 45 minutes to kill.
32 to 42 minutes to be
Oh,
fair.
okay. Absolutely. Of course, my apologies out there.
So, hell yeah. I did a good thing.
For what?
Giving that ring away.
Oh, yeah.
Were you expecting that to happen?
No! No, I was not. You all have given a lot of power away because you guys are slowly like, I no longer need this. And like I said from the beginning, the more you give, the more I give.
Okay, so what should we do? Should we
Money, please.
I just did!
Money, please.
Ben, just give her the money. What do you have left?
What do we have left? We can actually check up on heroin, since we have no idea what the hell's actually happened there, and it got hit the worst that we know of. Do you want to see how bad it is there?
Places look pretty rough.
Yeah, it's pretty much basically what
All
I'm
that's
gonna
gonna
tell you.
happen, yeah.
Well, it sucks to be the people who live here. I wouldn't want to be the king of this place.
Okay, so it's something productive then.
Yes, I'm glad you guys are ready to put things through that sort of like... Yeah, let's not waste our time doing that.
I wouldn't want to be the king of this place.
Oh, fuck! We fucked up!
I'm sorry, everybody. I gave him wish.
Don't tell them that.
Alright, there's the Fawns of Magnus on the moon.
There's a Font Magnus on the moon. You wanted to go to Jakern's Tower.
Oh shit, yeah.
Can we go to Chikern's Tower?
I want the font on the moon to be like a fucking pole,
Let's
like
go get
in
it.
the moment. Because the second we bring that down here, it's like,
Hey, what the fuck is this? Joanne shows up like, hey, what the fuck is this?
yeah, exactly. So I want to keep that on the low. But yeah, we
Gives you the mega wish.
let's go to Chikern.
Okay.
We have to go to the teleportation circle, and you need to pull out that shit and carefully, while nobody's looking, get us there.
Okay.
Alright, so we're deciding willingly to go back to Jakern's Tower.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the bathroom.
Mm.
Okay. While I do that, you need to go over exactly what you need to go through. Because you need to use Secret Chest to get the spell out.
Mm-hmm.
Teleportation Circle, because you're going to be the needed one to cast it. Because if someone else does it, they'll know it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you need to have a plan between the two of you for what exactly you're looking for. Because you know that's going to be the first thing that they ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm away doing that, y'all work on that, okay?
French Soul Finder. Does Kachurn have one?
Kachurn?
Kachurn.
Kachurn!
Papa
I
tried.
unmuted it.
So, what about like a vacuum that sucks up souls?
Okay, they can't hear you, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
We could be professional ghoul mashers. This is why I can't wait to do like a low-level campaign again, on the simple fact that we could just be like, we're gonna be ghoul mashers for a couple of sessions.
Yeah. We can. Do you think there's any way to trace more evidence as to where and what the fuck the axe disappeared to?
I mean, we can ask about it.
Like, that's
I mean,
good,
the
but
problem
that's
is,
not gonna
the
be-
problem is, you know, Frederick doesn't remember,
Mm.
but we can investigate to see maybe where, if we can figure out where it's gone, or maybe, you know, who else could have been there. They had to have left some kind of evidence.
Right.
As this is happening, I do pull out the secret chest and I
Well,
pull it up.
let's not do that until he comes back. What if what are we gonna be pulling?
I'm seeking an artifact or something of Chakurn's power that can be used to assist us in the coming fight.
That's very vague, though. Maybe something particular. Maybe like. I mean, what if we find something that negates necrotic damage, for instance?
I mean, what do wizards usually like keeping in their castles?
They have potions. We already know they have potions.
More dragon coffee.
More coffee. We can get something that helps us against necrotic damage because you know that's one of my biggest weaknesses. We can get something that. I'm trying to think of things.
The two brain cells are working in tandem.
Yeah. We already have the item to strip his armor. What about something to take care of a mass of enemies or barricade us in a 1-on-2 kind of scenario?
Something to help us even the playing field.
Yes. Like maybe like a mass stun. That would. But he's gotta have big guys with them, so. What about like a pocket dimension where we can drag him and us in too?
Some sort of like alternate place to fight him.
Just
I think I mean there's a lot of items we could try to look for. Something. A way to lift the fucking, magical curtain that's covering Pangier would be nice.
Hold on. Pausing it. I guess would make more sense to say.
I would like to know who stole the axe, who has the axe.
we got over that.
We got over that?
We got over that. We're done with it, bud.
We're done with the axe. Okay.
It was probably stolen like 600 years ago.
Negate, necro, maybe.
Just a laundry list of things we want.
So you guys have done your research? Are you guys ready to proceed?
The axe. Hold on. Maybe even playing field.
Wish 2?
Electric Boogaloo?
Yeah. Like, that's how we beat the Praetorian, is you give me Wish 2. It's just better than Wish 1. That's the description.
Good. Oh, good. I get it. Yeah.
Pocket dimension.
Josh, you mind upping that volume just a smidge? Probably could have done that earlier, but whatever.
Hello? Did I do it the right way?
Maybe a little bit more.
To the right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
To the right.
I mean, yeah, as long as we're hitting that yellow, that's kind of what we want to do.
I'm also
Criss
speaking right
cross.
into my notebook as opposed to what I've been doing.
I mean, still, but when you're looking at me, you're not hitting red, are you? Okay, so what have you burned your spell slots to do the things that? So you need to do secret chest, and then you need to do teleportation circle. And you're doing it in your own private quarters, so I imagine you're doing it in your room.
Yes. Safe, where it's safe.
Is there anybody else joining you?
Hey, quick question. Does the teleportation circle vanish after use?
Yes.
Good.
Once you do what you do, it's gone. It gets burned up after you.
Do you think if you were to do like a more investigation style D&D campaign, would you allow like someone to do like an Arcana or investigation and be like, oh yes, I think I have a slight clue as to where they went, kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's D&D in a nutshell. Like, I'd allow people to do that all the time. Like, if that's something you want to do, you just gotta ask. Sometimes it's harder to do than others. I'd give like broader strokes, because you gotta remember, like, you're opening a portal to another world. So at the end of the day, like, on the one hand, an arcana might be like, oh yes, you know, this, I can tell that this is on the northeastern coast because of these runes. But on the other hand, a naysayer who has no magic at all could be like, I smelled salt water. You know? And then you could be like, okay, that barbarian has no magic at all, but he while everyone else was focused on magic, he smelled the air and could smell salt water. Well, you know, we're on this mountaintop. So like, oh, okay, so I know it's a northeastern area with salt water. And now, you know, you put 1 and 2 together, and then there you go. And that's the power of D&D, baby.
I operate my secret chest into existence.
You take out your teleportation circle, and you start working on it.
Mm-hmm.
And in that, I will say that, because that takes, 10 minutes to do?
Yes.
To finalize your final thoughts on what you guys are going to be doing?
So, my thoughts are something that negates the product damage because that fucks me up. Where to axe? Maybe a pocket dimension to like
Wish
encase,
too.
case us in Praetorian so we don't have to deal with other shit. Maybe stun a large amount of enemies, or maybe like just inherently dampen all arcane. These all sound like crazy out of reach things.
We don't know how powerful Shakaran was. Maybe he has a gun that kills Eternals. Or
Can I get that coaster from your water?
water really needs it.
Your lukewarm water? Holy
Well-
shit, Josh.
What?
Jesus. The accuracy on that.
he was a bartender in an old life.
I know, right?
Don't ask what his generational
That is one
reincarnation
of those skills, though, that you think, oh, wow, that's cool. And it's just like, no, you just gotta know to do it. And he did. And he fucking did it.
Ooh.
We good?
Yeah, it's being picked up now.
What if, maybe like something that can summon, like, more, maybe spectral army or some shit. Like, we're talking magic here. I'm
As you're doing
crazy.
this, Raffl's like, should I invite Basco?
Yeah. I'm sure he would like to come with us, please. Mucho gracias.
Yes. What?
Should we invite Basco, my lord?
I don't know. Last time we went there, he whipped me. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
He goes and sends, and basically at the last second, Basco shows up. I'm sorry. Thank you for inviting me. Seriously, guys, thank you.
Mm.
It's been. I don't really want to talk about it. Let's go.
Just give him a thumbs up.
You make your way through the teleportation circle that immediately burns itself up after you leave. What do you do?
What do I do?
Do you...
Put it away?
Oh yeah, I put it in the secret chest and operate it back into my ethereal plane.
Thank you. As you do that, and only after you do that, Frederick sort of apparates in front of you. Oh, yes, of course, Hetman. Have you figured it out yet?
Where the axe is?
No, what an axe. No, the axe is right there. Wait, the axe is missing. No, the axe is right there.
Can I roll
No.
insight on him as he does that?
Go ahead.
$16.
There seems to be something catching him in a loop. He catches it, but he doesn't catch it. Something in his ultimate programming. But as he says that, he cuts sort of back to you. What was it that we originally discussing before that?
Have you figured out the secret?
Oh, yes.
Not yet, no.
No. I was so busy thinking about all the ones.
When you came in and said what you said, he sort of did backtrack on the like, oh wait, never mind.
Mm. Why does this feel so awkward all of a sudden? You shouldn't have asked him about the axe.
I need to figure out what's going on. Can I make an Arcana check to see if there's anything that seems off?
About what?
Well, we already know something happened with it.
Yeah. I can't think of a good reason.
So let me
for-
just
Yeah.
recap in general so my mindscape is in the right area here. You guys showed up. He asked you, like, yes.
Mm.
Have you figured it out? Like, something.
Mhm.
And you guys didn't get that. Which then led into the conversation about
the axe.
the axe. Which made him look at the axe and then go, oh yes, the axe.
Mhm.
It's there. No, it's not. No, wait, what's happening? Oh, wait, yes, it is. Which then led into...
I was talking about the secret.
Okay.
So, am I lost? I must be lost. I'm not remembering the secret.
We don't know what the secret is.
Yeah. We haven't explored this place at all, really. Other than a couple potion rooms.
We desperately please, we need a long rest. Please.
Well, that's sort of what happened, yeah.
So, actually, at this point, would you like to show us around a little bit? We were in a bit of a hurry last time.
Frederick sort of looks to at you and, like, after all this sort of confusion about, you want to talk about this, you want to talk about that. You all... It's... I'm glad to see just the three of you. We say, to make sure only you all returned.
Mm.
But things look different. Is all okay?
Well, to be honest with you, we're here because we're a little bit desperate with how things are happening in the outside world. We know Chakern had a lot to do with, the current setup of the world and the Eternals. And we're coming to a point where we have to kill one of them. And we're kind of just maybe looking for guidance or, something into the thoughts of Chakern. Something maybe he had, prepared. If, maybe one day that you did have to kill an Eternal.
What about something that, absorbs energy anytime a spell is cast?
Frederick's was like, yes. Chakern definitely took care of something like that, yes. But that's a different thing entirely.
You look perplexed.
Well, the problem is that he can do these things. But well, you need to be rather specific,
Okay.
especially in these halls. You look around and you kind of get the feeling that everything you've done from this point forward has always sort of had a trick to it. He came to you and immediately asked, hey, have you figured it out yet?
Right.
And you haven't. So it's sort of, the game is back afoot and he's just sort of paying extra attention. Because you guys seem to be playing ball in regards to let's finding out what information we can for combat, and he's sort of gearing up for the same.
I guess we can start with the Eternal in question. It's the son of the Praetorians, the child, who is causing these issues. I know that they're sort of the ones that control the font of arcane energy in this world. So they have a lot of power, and it makes them a very dangerous foe to fight. Allied with them is the hordes of the undead. Actually, now that I think about it, Shakaran was a peacemaker, no?
He sort of looks to you. Yes. Of the many things he was a peacemaker. He walked the lands and spread the tales of the things happening to all Eternals across all the lands. Peace is what he was looking for ultimately, yes.
I don't think we can make peace with the child of the Praetorians. I think he may be too far gone, but I don't want to give up hope. The main thought I have, the chess piece that we have in place that can, possibly tip things in our favor, is Malin, who is effectively, I guess, his second in command, the general of his army. When we fought them at our strike force just a couple of days ago, a day ago, it feels like it's been days.
Yeah, I know, right?
We did something to try and change his mind. Malin used to be good. He used to be, from what we can tell, a great leader of the Aasimar, of his tribe. Corrupted him.
You get the sense that something is being pulled from the tower, and it's being pulled from you ultimately because it's something you've been observed, and they just sort of express that it's and you've seen them sort of be concerned as well. Sorry, you know that they've seen the things you've seen outside of the experience you're currently having with them. You're having this one-on-one with them, and they're supposed to be subjugated into this own small, because this is just Shakaran's tower here, but
it's like a computer trying to analyze what's going on.
yes, exactly. Like with Keith, but just not as well. It's trying to put it all together for you.
We know Malin. We've sown distrust in Malin against the Praetorian. We've made him second guess his thoughts with being with the Praetorian. We made a promise, and the Eternals backed off. I want us to be better. I want to win Malin over to our side so he can help. Something to help bring him to sense. I know we can't bring his family back, but to give him inner peace about that, I think would do more for winning him over than anything else.
That's a toughie.
I worded that right. That's
Frederick now looks to you. He's like, "Do you have anything else to add?"
Well, leave it to Mac. Always thinking about somebody else when I'm over here trying to figure out just us. I'm trying to figure out what it is that he would need myself. His own?
And then this moment, Frederick sort of snaps in and is like, "Everyone's bond is broken. Abaddon, Orcus, how can they connect to him currently?
Right.
You are disconnected, he is disconnected.
But what would happen if we reconnected it and he did not follow the ways of Abaddon and Orcus?
And there's sort of that great confusion again, and then it's just sort of like there's something else greater that is in contemplation. Roll insight, both of you. I was hoping one of you would ask what the fuck's going on at that point.
Natural.
That's a 13.
Guess I'm gonna burn a lucky roll today, and you're going into the bad
There's a
stuff.
17 and a 20, and he's still burning lucky rolls.
That is a 24.
And yours was a total, I'm sorry?
13. Oh, sorry. I'm down. 16.
Sorry, it's still going to go to the 24. Sorry, there's a lot going on right now, and I'm just trying to make sure I have it all gathered in my head. What exactly were we just rolling for exactly again?
Insight.
On...
What the
Frederick.
hell is going on?
He keeps contemplating something that's clearly not about us necessarily, but something greater.
What he's trying to do is that he's trying to extrapolate what you guys are dealing with on like a 1v1 with this guy versus this guy versus this guy versus this guy, and he's trying to put it on a world scale, and he's having a tough time of it.
Okay. Does he need like a map to explain things? He doesn't know any of these people. Is that what the problem is?
In regards to which people?
Malin and Jakern are both Malin and the Praetorian are both new.
He knows Malin. He knows the Praetorian. The issue isn't that
He's trying to see the great grand scheme of things as opposed to like how
you're asking what is essentially a machine that's meant to emulate human behavior, and it's hitting that sort of wall of like, hey, what is human? Frederick wants to help you. Frederick is trying to help you. But when it comes to the concept...
He doesn't know what love is.
or trust, betrayal.
But beyond that, it's not what he was programmed for specifically to deal with.
Right.
He was programmed to help people navigate this tower, to sort of handle the challenges that came up, where to go, what to do from here, like, you know, what is the next thing that you want to deal with. Oh, do you want to handle challenge level 1 through 23? Like, I will help you in the next, you know, room here.
He can. His piece is almost here. I'll have to drop up in a second. It's kind of like you open up like a Windows taskbar to put search in. Like, if we give him more formalized words, it's like, can you take me to the hard drive, please? But in going, how can I defeat Malin Windows? Windows is going to be like, I don't know.
Yeah, precisely.
But if you can tell him, hey, I bet Shakern has something in his hard drive that can help us.
Which is why I've been trying to like extrapolate examples, disconnecting him from Abaddon and Arcus. But you're right, he's currently already disconnected. But if we had like a guarantee that this won't backlash, maybe that would help keep him or change. Or
What do you mean by
stop.
backlash, bud?
Because when Abaddon and Orcus gain grasp of the world again, because
Yeah.
everything will,
Yes.
they're going to probably, if I were them, because Malin would have effectively betrayed them, do horrible shit to him.
Yes, but if you have access to their power, what are the sort of things that you're going to be able to accomplish before that occurs? I'm sorry, I keep getting like lost in myself because I keep trying to think of like I keep getting lost in like thinking of like, all right, I got to think of this person's perspective on this and on this, but at the same time, like I got to limit myself to this, and then by the time I'm done thinking about it, I can't keep thinking about what was I originally supposed to be thinking about.
Yeah.
it ultimately comes down to this. You all are worried about Malin.
Well, at this moment, since Mac brought it up, yes.
Well, what were you concerned about?
Making sure that we're not fighting the Praetorian and everybody else and their mother. Maybe just singling it down to just being him, or maybe him and just a couple other dudes.
So you see why this fucking computer program has problems. It's just sort of like, it's like, well, how do I do this and then that?
Well, I had examples.
Like?
Like a pocket dimension that us and the Praetorians would be in. That one's unlikely, I think. Maybe a large stun that would stun everything that's like weak as shit, and that would keep us focused. Maybe a tether to keep the Praetorian from leaving us. Or some way of dampening arcane damage, negating necrotic damage. Maybe a spectral army or a rally that would help our allies stay alive while we fight the Praetorian. You know, all those sorts of ideas came to mind.
Roll insight. Both of you.
Well, that's pretty good. That's a 26.
Unnatural 20.
You're getting more along the sense that you don't think this AI was designed to exist beyond the process of what you're doing right now.
So maybe just go and figure it out on our own.
Yeah, he's not doing well. Because you think, oh yeah, he's the AI of this place. He'll figure it out. But it's just sort of like, maybe the Frederick program was just supposed to get us into the door.
And that's it.
And we're asking
And that's
things that there's just sort of...
Philosophy.
Yeah, like, hey, how do we... So if we take this and it's just sort of like...
Alright, so the idea is, yeah, he immediately asked us about a mystery the second we stepped in. Like, he doesn't even know. Maybe he doesn't even know this section of the tower.
He looks to you when you say the sections of the tower. It's like, I know, where to go within the tower, but I was created specifically for the entranceway, and well, the primary challenge is getting you into access to this. There's a mainframe beyond me that can handle the rest of that, but I was here for this, another purpose, which I don't think you've all have discovered yet.
Yeah.
And then you all have someone I think you need to meet who you haven't discovered yet.
Can I roll insight on that?
Go ahead.
Who the fuck are we meeting?
Nobody should be here.
Unless the Black Knight's here.
25.
A natural 20. Why are the Black Knights still kicking?
Please kill me.
I'm going to give you guys 3 seconds before I make my decision. If there's anything that you wish to do beforehand.
Beforehand?
You guys have basically for a while asked to do godlike things and rolled just under godlike, and I've been having to give you like just enough, and it's been slowly killing me.
Okay. Well,
If there's anything else you wish to do,
I'd like...
Like add a inspiration die to my roll.
or
A natural 20.
that natural 20 that's sitting right there?
okay, so I'm going to ask you one more time.
Yeah.
What are we burning that natural 20 on?
Is on a insight roll to figure out what person we're supposed to be meeting.
And why would he... If he knows...
would he-
No. That's just the next person after him. Frederick is showing up and he's like, hey, I have a thing for what is going on right here.
Right now.
And you guys keep asking about like a sort of extrapolation on like battle plans for like the next thing. And that's why he can't do that, because that's not what he's programmed to do. He's here for what is happening in these chambers, and outside these chambers, he can't really pull for anything to kind of give you like a battle plan, which is why it's kind of sort of been just like. Now there is another guy, and if you want to proceed, you will meet him, which is what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
If you want to go on forward, you can meet that guy.
Yeah.
I would like to meet that guy.
Or, if we just use that nat 20, are we using that nat 20 on solving the mystery of what he was looking for?
Yeah, I'd really like to know what the fuck he meant by that.
Brain blast me.
Unless it's the axe, because that's the only thing that's been sitting. But yeah, I kind of want to know what the hell he meant by that mystery.
You think about it. You showed up and he asked, have you solved the mystery? And then you've asked all these other mysteries, which are all things that need to be solved and all things that probably the AI has. And maybe even that AI will progress and show itself as Frederick. But as of right now, Frederick is locked behind one thing. One final test that he told you not to come back to with anybody else until you're ready. What is the solution to the ultimate test? The secret test. Another test. What the fuck were all the other tests about? Until you solve that puzzle, the other puzzles are gone. It's sort of like a distant memory for him. He knows them and he wants to help, but he gets lost and confused in the details. There are elements that can help, but he just can't pocket it and form it in the right ways. And there's something here that was designed specifically to help you. And it was tough to formulate it, but then, alas. What were Chuck Kern's challenges truly?
My pen's already dying.
So what were his challenges truly? Once that is done, the ability to unlock access from that point forward. You want to ask him about questions about other things. You can open up mindsets. Oh, weaknessing on other people. What is the Praetorian going for? What are his weaknesses? What are any of the many things that you asked? But ultimately, the Frederick program is only running on the pretense of, hold on, I'm sit here to help you solve this mystery.
There's still one final challenge, Korvac.
So the first one...
But now you realize it with a nat 20 that this is the final challenge.
Chakern was trying to tell us something with those challenges, I feel.
What was he trying to tell you with a nat 20? You're in, so it wasn't hostile. What was it? What have you done?
Persevered?
Huh?
We persevered. The last test was just pushing forward. Regardless of the loss.
And what else have you done?
The one before that.
Showed us what mattered. That test was designed to fuck with your emotions. Somebody was going to have to dissolve like that.
Nah.
Frederick sort of... You see a light sort of slowly burning in his eyes. Yes. Yes.
But the others were more like mind. Thought. The drinking game, you had to overcome something that seemed ludicrous.
I'm gonna ask you a question. What is the point of life, Korvac?
What is the point of
What
life?
makes us as a halfling and a Goliath different from, like, what Frederick is?
We have...
Frederick's like, yes, thank you, but okay, yes.
That's a shitty way of saying it, but there's...
We have aspirations and dreams and cares for others, but
And even Frederick now is leaning in towards you to go.
We can taste the joy of life. Those things that Chakern, those challenges, they weren't mind challenges. It was what he liked to do. Drink. Like, play games. He liked to fight. That final challenge was to show the passage of time as your friends pass away. And what is lost when that happens. Oh, God, it's
So, ultimately, what did he want to do?
Teach us to live?
Live life.
Is that what?
Or, ultimately,
How to die?
simpler.
How to live on.
Simpler.
Simpler. How to...
You had it. You were so close. You're backtracking further away.
It's love, isn't it? It's the love of things.
Not just things, but equate those things, but not as actions upon themselves, but within. Involving in the process, in the mindset that you've equated these things to. Frederick sort of leans in his goblin mannerism, hoping desperately that you get it, and you're so close. And within that 20, these are all things he liked to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
So what does he want to do? What were these challenges ultimately? He liked to drink, so he wanted to
drink
with
us.
He wanted to.
play
He liked to
games with
play,
us.
so he.
Wanted to play with us. So he wants us...
And then ultimately, it ended with growing old with you.
Right.
All things he wished he could have done, but he didn't. Because
He couldn't die.
he couldn't die? Chakern? And as soon as you say this, Frederick's sort of eyes go black, and then everything sort of just and stairwells up this tower. A sort of more astute look comes upon himself as soon as as if half of more, like 3/4 of his knowledge has been unlocked. Things have become unearthed. You look around and just realize you hadn't actually gotten past, and now you have, and that there's more. And then, just like you said, he wanted to grow old with you. He wanted to drink with you. So what's the connection?
He wanted to be friends with you.
And that is where we will call things for this evening. We're about midday. You guys have the rest of Chakern's tower to get through from this point forward. Now, please, dear God, all of those questions that you had to ask, that I had to act dumbfounded about, please, dear God, ask them again.
They're all written.
Yes, thank you. It was just sort of like,
Please solve my riddle.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, I wanna answer this so bad, but I have to fucking bite my own teeth and be like, you haven't done the final test yet. Chakern was never your enemy. Chakern was never anybody's enemy, just like you said earlier, he's a peacemaker.
Was the first one to play with his pet? The crab?
I mean, you guys were the first one to make it here, aren't you?
Yeah. I need to steal another pen. Those things are both out of ink.
One of those might be good. So yes, ask what you need to ask of them. There's a lot of questions about the Praetorian that you can get here. There's a lot of things about the Praetorian you can get here.
Who is the mainframe?
The mainframe?
The AI you were talking about?
Oh, it's just Frederick again, but it's just all of the extra shit has been unlocked. It was basically like a small firewall protecting the full amount of Frederick.
Where is Chikern's body?
Chikern's body?
You know it's in here.
Do you?
Do we?
What were the other questions that we had? Sorry, a lot just happened.
How to win over Malin. How to fight the Praetorian. How to win over the Praetorian. How to beat the undead. How to win over the undead.
How to protect Malin after everything's connected.
I mean, all of those sort of things you have a pretty good answer to anyways, right?
Wish to?
Kill 2 gods. Easy.
I mean, all of those things, I mean, yes, now that you have access to a lot, you're going to make it 2 places. But as of right now, there was a sort of wall. But also maybe before you get hard on the answers that you just lost on, maybe wonder why that thing that you just had to deal with was one of the things you had to deal with. What were those puzzles?
Yeah.
He liked to drink, so he wanted to drink with you. He liked to play, so he wanted to play with you. He liked to fight, so he wanted to fight with you.
I would like more riddles, please. Please, I'd like more riddles.
What is going on with Chikern?
What is going on in the House of Commons?
There's a lot going on in this fucking creepy-ass haunted house than originally believed.
Where's the axe?
Roll insight.
Unnatural 20.
He sort of... There's a moment where Frederick sort of looks up and looks at you. Where should it be? Where is it?
In the arms of the Black Knight? Hands.
And that's where we'll end things. Where is it? I felt like, God, that was so fucking awkward. Like, alright, where is this? Where is this? Where's Malin? Where's this? Just like, fuck. Alright, it's supposed to solve this. How do I get him back to just doing Frederick's thing? And it was just like, nope, nope, that's too much. That's too much. How do we just get back to... We still haven't solved this thing.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah.
And now,
Yeah.
a whole new session of...
Chikern's castle. Tower.
Yeah!
This day is turned into at least 2 sessions.
Well, it was always going to be more than one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I had a figure. I'm just glad I'm just glad because there was a time where I was just sort of like, I don't know what. I don't know what. I don't know what. You guys would have been like, all right, well, let's just stop asking and leave. It's just like, no. You guys were like, no, we have to actually answer the original question, which was, have you figured out my riddle yet?
Yeah. Yeah. When you said that, I'm like, what did I forget to write down? Because I don't remember anything another riddle.
I mean, there wasn't. It was supposed to sort of just be this thing that you guys... That's why I was like, come back when you're ready to come back.
Isn't it great that Mac doesn't suffer from paralysis analysis anymore?
I mean, yeah, you're doing really good, bud. And on that, I think it's best that we call it end. Yes.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, please.